Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a good day today. Today was my first day of class, so you are getting a post-teaching Zeta. Apologies if my voice gives out part of the way through the stream. Uh, but I should, in theory, be able to talk for 8 hours, because I used to talk for 8 hours on Wednesdays on my old stream schedule, so I should survive. We will see. I have my fancy my fancy throat talky tea that Tristan made me. Throat talky tea with honey, I believe, is the technical term. And yes, we have this delightful looking grid brought to us by Isabella, who is in the chat as well. So I am very excited to do this. So we have this grid, which is a lovely personification of Zack here. He's excited. He is ready to dance for whatever may come. He has been investing in fans for a fan dance as well, so he is excited for that possibility. Hey, Tom C, One-Eyed Man, GeoJester, Plebiscite, by the way, Doomdiat, Daniel, Ambrose, Jay, Tristan, More Crabs, Crispy. Did I get it right? David? So many people. Hey, Steven, welcome. Alrighty, so let's go over the rules of Zack. Zack has thermos. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 long thermos. Or sorry, that one's 8 long. This one's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That one's 7 long. So this is the smallest digit on the thermo. This is the next smallest digit on the thermo, and the digits keep getting bigger until they get to the tip. These I'm guessing are the entropic lines. So any set of 3 sequential digits along an entropic line have to be 1 high, 1 mid, and 1 low. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, 1, 7, 8, 9. And it's always exactly one of each and every 3 consecutive along the line. Hey, Medi. These are quadruples, so there has to be a 1 in these cells. There has to be a 3 in these cells. There has to be an 8 in these cells. And there has to be a 5 and a 6 in these cells. These gray cells are odd. These are not gray circles, I believe. The digits in black circles can't see themselves by Knight's move. So if this is a 3... oops. Ooh, thank you, Stephen. Welcome. Welcome to new supporter, Stephen. Thank you. Thank you very much from Zack. Woohoo! 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 Hey, Pavel, welcome. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, these can't see each other. So if this is a 3, sorry, my keypad was not out. This could not be a 3 for lots of reasons. Oh, Knight's move and King's move. It can't be Knight's move or King's move. Okay, so this 3, it can't go there because that's Knight's move, and it can't go there because that's King's move. So these are not Knight's move or King's move. And then the orange digit has to see itself by Knight's move. So if this is a 3, one of these cells would have to be a 3. Alrighty. So I think the place to start is to goodliff the thermo. So this is an 8 long thermo. And so the way this works is the maximum this cell is a 9. So then the maximum this is an 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Should I make the betting tree the nose? Actually, that I don't like how that looks on Zack. I don't want to put a tree on his face. How about I put a tree down here? Is this an acceptable bet cell, Isabella? I think it's already linked, David, but yet betting tree is a very important there. Bow tie? Yeah, we could make a tree bow tie. Would that look better? Tree bow tie? Yeah, I think the tree bow tie works. So these are the maximum each of these things could be, because this is, of course, a max of 9, and then because this can be a max of 9, this can be a max of 8, and so on. And then we can go the other direction. This is a min of 1. So this is a min of 2, a min of 3, a min of 4, a min of 5, a min of 6, a min of 7, and a min of 8. And so actually that gives us buy values for all of these cells. That is 2 possible values for each of these cells, which is already interesting. So I guess I know. So now I can do something with this entropic line because it is Zack. Zack has made his own Sudoku. Or sorry, he's not made his own Sudoku. He's featured in his own Sudoku, made lovingly by Isabella. Because of this being an entropic line, this cell that is 1, 2, 3 further along, it also has to be low. Because every 3 cells has to contain a low, so this 3 cells has to contain a low. But this is the 3 of these. This is the low of these 3 cells, so this has to be low. So this is a 1, 2, 3 as well. So let's good left the other one. And so the way I always do this is to first good lift the min and the max, but then you have to fill in everything that's between. So we've got 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 as well as possibilities. And so for the same reason in terms of lownesses, this 1, 2, 3 here goes 1, 2, 3 along. This is also low. Okay. So that gives you lots of goodies. So now we have a digit from looking at row 2. And so from looking at row 2, actually, we have a 6, 7, 8 triple looking at this cell. And so because there's a 6, 7, 8 triple looking at this cell is a 9. And we get to see Zack's 9 dance. Woohoo! He is extra excited because it's a puzzle of him. Woohoo! Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Wah-ha! Wee! Wah-ha! He hit me in the face. He was a little overexcited. Woohoo! Ha-ha! Thank you, Zack. Thank you. All right, and so the nice thing about that is it immediately gives us this entire Thermo, because now this can't be a 9 anymore, so it's going to chase this down all the way. And so now that's an 8 because of that. So this is not a 1 anymore, and so this isn't a 2, this isn't a 3, this isn't a 4, this isn't a 5. So we've got all that. That's not a 1 either. Sorry. That is not a 1. Alrighty, so we've got all of that stuff. Let's see. Yeah, this could be okay. There's still some latitude over there. There's an 8 over here. Sorry, there's an 8 up here somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, should I miracle where the black cells can go? I that was my first inclination, but then I got away with this. But like the black cell in this box can't go in. Sorry, it can't go in those cells. It can't go in those cells. It can't go in that cell. I guess that's not. Maybe I'm supposed to ask where it goes in this row. In the row, it can't go in those cells. Not sure. Let's see. All right. So this cell is a naked single, isn't it? It's not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. This cell is a naked single 1. So... Oh yeah, we can turn in row column labels. There we go. So there's a 1 in one of those 2 cells, exactly. So there's a 1 in one of these 2 cells, exactly. So let's write out what these could be. So this can't be a 1, because each of these sees 1. I think this can be a 2. It can't be a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, an 8, and it could be a 9. I think those are the only things it could be. What about this one? This one is much less restricted. It can't be a 1. It could be a 2. Could be a 3. Can't be a 4. Could be a 5 or a 6 or a 7, but can't be an 8 or a 9, I believe. This one's a lot more than that. All right. So we have that. I guess I should just fill in this column. Why not? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what's left. So the 6 definitely has to be here, because only one of these numbers can be 7, 8, 9. They can't both be 7, 8, 9. So one of these is a 6. One of them is the 7, 8, 9. And so these aren't 6. This one I know is not 8 because of the 8 quadruplage over there. There's a 3 over here on this quadruple, which says there's a 3 in one of those two cells. Okay, so here's a funny fact. There's a virtual 4, 5, 6 triple in column 8. Because one of these digits is 4, 5, 6. These digits are both from 4, 5, 6. And so as a result, we have a 4, 5, 6 triple. So this can't be a 4, 5, or 6. It's a 3. This can't be a 4, 5, or 6. It's a 7. Which makes that a 2. Makes that not a 2. Sorry, so far I've just been zoning out looking at the puzzle, so I haven't been paying much attention to chat. Let's see. Hey, Anti-Knight, welcome. Let's see. So, yes, it's a very classy looking puzzle. Where is 2 in box 6? I am being asked. 2 in box... 2 is not odd. Good spot. Okay, so 2 in box 6 is huge. Thank you, More Crabs. So 2 can't be here, It's not odd. It's not 4, 5, or 6. So 2 is exactly there, which makes this a 9, because 9 was the only thing it could be. Let's see. Oh, I guess that's going to do something maybe in terms of placing 9 in this box. Yeah, 9 in this box now is forced to go in only one of these two cells. Sorry, not... should be corner marked. Sadly, 9 is odd. Oh, thank you. David donates $18 for starting off with the beauty of from bellsita. Absolutely magnificent interview by Memerister on Monday. Thank you, David. Yes, the interview with Clover was great. So we get a donation dance. Woo! Woo! Thank you very much, Zach, for that donation dance. And thank you very much, David, from both of us for that donation. Very much appreciated. We really appreciate your generosity around here. I am sorry. I am anagramming. Now I have to see which one it is. Bellsita. I guess I'm not even anagramming it. I'm just adding an extra I. I do not need to be adding extra letters to people's names. Where does 8 go in box 6? 8 in box 6 only goes here. I notice while I drink tea. So 8 down here goes in one of these cells. And I'm now checking for anti-knight and anti-king, but neither of those is a thing. I know there's a 7, 8, or 9 here. So if the 8 were here, it would be the last 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so these digits I know are not from 4, 5, 6. So I should fill in what they actually can be. So they can be 1 or 2. Oops, sorry, 1. They can be 1 or 2. They can't be 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. And they can be 8 or 9. Those are the only things these digits can be. In fact, this one can apparently only actually be 2, thank you to the magic of the checker thingy. Because it can't be 1, 8, or 9. So this is a 2. So this is not 2 or 8. That's not 2. So we've got that. Let's fill in this row, because this row doesn't have a lot of things left. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, 3, 4, 5. That one's not a 5. I think the others can be whatever they want to be. Let's see. So this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, if that helps. Okay, I probably should be writing in the cells that aren't on the 4, 5, or that aren't on the 5, 6 quad. Because these cells can't be 2, 5, or 6. So they can only be 1, 3, 4, 7, 8, or 9. But lots of those are ruled out by, for example, being on the entropy line. And I guess I can use the cheat mode of the thing. Okay. Maybe that was not as restricted as I had hoped. Oh, this one's not 7 at the very least. So this is 4, 8, or 9. Oh, thank you, PG Bluster / Glum Hippo. Right. This can be the 4. If it is the 4 for, or if it's the mid one. Let's see. I hope you have good food. One of these is a 3. I have really been enjoying Memerister's interviewing of the various setters. It's very cool seeing everyone's perspective on things, and it has inspired a lot of fascinating discussion over in the stream discussion thread on Memes Discord. So if you're interested in Sudoku setting stuff and you're not on Memerister's Discord, you probably should be, because I think the most Sudoku setting discussion that happens on Discord that I'm aware of happens on Memerister's thing. Oh, 7 is ruled out of the eyeball. Good point. Ooh, rusted BLT. Fascinating. That's a weird puzzle. I think of all the puzzles I've ever made, that is the puzzle that took the longest to get rated on LMD. I think it took like a year or something for it to actually get rated on LMD. But hopefully you enjoyed BLT, despite it being a weird puzzle. Tristan, can you put a link to Memerister's Discord in the chat? Oh, let's see. Garian says 6 is ruled out of the eyeball due to box 6. Okay, let's... right. Okay, so if this is a 6, then I could not put 6 here, 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 or here, or here. And so, yes, if this was a 6, I would not be able to place a 6 in this box at all, because that's an odd digit, so it can't be a 6. So yeah, so that is not a 6. Oh, Liam, you saw vignettes yesterday. That's awesome. I know that one is a bit of a commitment when you sit down to do it, but I was really happy with how it came out. I at least thought it wasn't super difficult when it came to that. Okay, here's a funny fact. This digit can't be a 3, because this digit sees that cell by Sudoku and that cell by Knight's Move. So this cell can never be a 3. I see Ken is pointing that out as well. Great minds think alike. So we've got that. Let's see. Should I ask where this goes in whatever box? So let's see. So this... I guess in this box, this is always here or here, because it either is the 3 or it... So it's either a 3 or it's a 5 and it goes here. Interestingly enough. In this box, it always goes in the top row, I suppose now, because it's ruled out of all of those. Oh, I guess it always goes up there. So there's a 3 or a 5 in these cells. Let's see. Pavel says row 1, column 8 can't be a 9. As 9 in box 1 must be in column 2 or column 3. 9 in box 1. Let's look. Okay, yeah, the 9 in box 1. Right, the 9 can't be here, right. The 9 is okay. Yeah, the 9. This is very very good spot to Pavel here. 9 is ruled out of those cells because of this corner marked 9, and this 9 because of anti-king, and these cells because 9 is not 1, 6, or 5. So one of these cells is definitely a 9, which means this cell over in the same row cannot be a 9, and therefore it is a 1. Great spot. And so that one looks down here and says that's not a 1. So yeah, okay. Sadly that doesn't quite do our magic with 1s over here yet. I feel like this thing going on with lows is interesting, but I don't know what to do with it yet. Hey, Screaming Ice Cube, how are you? There's definitely a 7 up here somewhere, but I don't know that pencil marking that is the way to happiness. Let's see. Isabella likes the idea of me looking at where the black dot goes in other boxes. So in this box, it definitely goes in the first row. We have decided. Okay, so this is the unknown eye. It definitely goes up there in this box. So it doesn't go there in this box. It doesn't go in any of those spots in this box. It doesn't go there in this box. So the eye goes over here in this box. And because of that, now when I ask where the eye goes in box 6, it now can't go in any of those cells, and so the eye is in fact 3 is the point. Also, this could never have been the 3, but I can now swap these things out for 3 corner marks. That was a good spot, or a good setting, I suppose I should say, since you made it that way, Isabella. But very. Why are these not erasing? Please erase. Thank you. Oh, airport lounge. Oh, fun. Well, I suppose, I hope if you're still here, it's because the as much as I hope the stream is captivating, I hope you don't miss your flight. Let's see. That has placed the 3 on this quad, because of the 3 being up here in this box, which has placed the 3 in this box, so the 3 is not down there. Let's see. Steven has a good point. The top row of box 1 is a 7, 8, 9 triple. These can't be 7 or 8. Right, and neither of them could be 9 either. Right. These can't be 7, 8 because of the row, and they can't be 9 because of that. So so 7, 8, and 9 is a hidden triple in box 1. That's a very good spot, Steven. That's not easy to see, I don't think. This isn't a 9 because of the corner marked 9s. This isn't a 7 by anti... Wait, no, that's not how that works. So this is a pair. These are a 2 and a 4. Yep, those are a 2-4 pair. They sure are. So now this row, we need a 1, sorry. We've got a 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a 6, 7, and a 9. So that's going to make these a 1, 6 pair, and this the 9. That is a none 9 digit. These digits are a 4, 5, 6, I believe. This digit's not a 3. There is a Zack in the grid. By the way, I suppose I did not mention, but Tallcat and I are going to do a collab stream on Friday. I believe I'm starting a little before Tallcat will join, so I think I'll probably do whatever the most voted on puzzle in the bucket is that is not 3 hours long. And then Tallcat will join us, and Tallcat and I are going to do the Cracking the Cryptic commemorative poster puzzle pack that was just released on the app, which reminds me I need to download that before we do that. But it features puzzles from both of us, but also from a lot of other setters you may have heard of. So I think it will be a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to seeing what everyone made. So there's a 9 down here. Oh, this digit has to see itself by anti-knight, but I guess that's not going to be super helpful, is it? Let's see. Nicholas says 9 in box 6 gives me 9 in box 4. Ah, yes, 9 in box 6 is only here now. And so 9 in box 4 is now only here. Nicholas is completely correct, as usual. Let's see. This isn't a 9 anymore. I doubt we're going to do it all in one stream. I have been warned that Jovi's puzzle may be a multi-stream puzzle. So let's see. But we will do it unless we become sick of each other. Yes, Jovi's puzzle will just we'll just repeatedly promise that we'll eventually do Jovi's puzzle and then not do it. Hey, ICHTUES, how are you? So yeah, so there's 2 high digits in the column. There's a high digit and a middle digit here, I suppose. Oh, okay, here's the point. This digit has to be a 5 or a 6, because if this digit's not a 5 or a 6, these 2 digits are a 5-6 pair, and that gives us a 4-5-6 quad in the column, and you can't have a 4-5-6 quad. So this digit is not an 8, it is a 5 or a 6, which means it's the middle digit, which means this isn't a middle digit, it's a high digit. And it also means that if I count 1, 2, 3 further along, this digit's a middle digit. That's very clever. So there is a 5 or a 6 over here, but whatever the 5 or 6 over here is, it gives me a virtual 4-5-6 triple, meaning that this can't be a 4. So this is a 7. So that's not a 7. This isn't a 7 either. It is a 6 or a 9, which is perfectly useless. Could not be better at being useless, I don't think. These 2 are the same high-lowity. And so these 2 are the same high-lowity. That high-lowity can't be middle because it would put 4 middle digits in row 8. So this is high and this is mid. So that makes this a 7, 8, or a 9, and it's not a 7 or a 9, so it's an 8. So that is not an 8. Let's see. There's an octuple in column 8, I am being told. In column 8? This column? Oh, there's a 5-6 pair. Got it. Okay, yeah, there's a 5-6 pair at some point that appeared. So that's a 4. Very nice. So this digit, I should probably look at what it is. So it's not a 3, 4, 8, or 9, but Nicholas made a compelling point earlier that this can't be 2, because 2 is not actually placeable in any of these cells. So I'm curious if there's any other digits like that. Are there any other digits that we could never have in any of these cells? Because this digit needs to see itself by anti-king. It could definitely be a 1 or a 6. I think I could still smuggle 5s into these cells, as far as I can tell. I think I can still smuggle... Okay, there's no 6 there. Oh, I can still definitely smuggle 6 up here, because there's definitely a 6 here. What about 7? I think I could still put a 7 over here. I definitely put a 7 over here, but if I put it there, I guess it doesn't count. All right. Let's see. Tallcat asks where 8 is in row 7. It's not there. Is 8 here? Do I know that 8 is not here? I think Tallcat knows that this digit is not... Oh, I now know that this digit is not an 8 because of the quadruple. The quadruple says 8 is over here. So this is not 8. So 8 in row 7, if you look all the way down, you have to keep in mind, this cell's awfully far away from the quadruple. If you measured it, it's almost a whole inch. away. So this cell can't be an 8. None of these can be an 8 because there's an 8 in the box. So Tallcat's point is that that's an 8. And therefore that's a 9. So that's not a 9. This isn't a 9. Tallcat does love to torture me. I believe that is this is known. Let's see. Okay, so the 9 in this box now is pinched into there. Which then places the 9 here, next to the bedding tree. But fortunately not on the bedding tree, so that is what really matters. Let's see. 6 in box 4 asks Martin, and Martin is correct. 6 in box 4, because of this odd circle, is placed there. Owing, of course, to Zack's flipper. So that's a 5, and that's a 6. So there's a 5 over here now, and that 5 sorts out that that's a 4 and a 6. And that's a 5. I'm being told this is not the 9, so this is the 9. I'm also being told that this isn't a 4, so it's a 5. So I'm now being told that this is not a 5. If we look very closely at all of these things. So now this isn't a 6 somehow. This is not a 6 somehow. It's a 4 or a 5. These digits are a what pair. Okay, well, where's 4 in box 9? Let's do it that way. That's the 4. So these are a 1 or a 3 and a 5. Where's 3 in this box? 3 in this box is here. So this is actually a 1-5 pair. And so that digit is not a 3 anymore. It's a 2. Zack may or may not be a pinball wizard. I am not sure, but it is cute to imagine. That 2 does all kinds of things, like gives me that 4 and that 2, but also lets me place 3 in this box. One of these 2 cells is a 3 now, but who knows which one. Oh, Nicholas also learned about the 3 in box 7. I am not alone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, these are from 3, 4, 5, and these 2 are not 3. So that digit had better be a 3. And we have a 4-5 pair, weirdly enough, here. So these are a quad. We should probably fill it in. They are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This isn't a 2 or a 6. This isn't a 7. I am being told. Let's see. The 3 in box 8 looks up. Yes, so it does. So that is a 3. So these are a pair. They are a 2 and a something. 3, 2 and a 4, I think. And I think we don't know the order yet somehow. This row needs a triple. It needs a 1. We've got a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need a 7 and an 8. This one's not 1. That one's not 8. That one's not 8. So that one is the 8. Pencil marks. Uh-oh. 1 moment. Am I still live? Somehow my everything blinked for a second. And I see I'm no longer showing you the window anymore. Who knows what happened? I didn't do it that time. But black box. Okay, you can see me and nothing else. Let's see if I can fix that. Okay, 1 moment. Please come back, Zack. Just not the puzzle. Puzzle disappeared, but we see you. Okay. I'm telling it that it should be showing you the puzzle, but it is disagreeing with me. 1 moment. Let's go to properties. What if I do that? Okay. All right. I just need to flip it back through the other one real quick. Technical difficulties, as always. Is this part of the puzzle? It could be part of the puzzle. let's see, that and that. Okay. I have no idea exactly what caused that, but it was a fun new adventure. But welcome back, Zeta. Well, I got the instructions eventually. There we go. Okay. Poor Zack. Yes, we have to recover Zack from everyone. Okay. Oops. Am I dropping frames? No. Weird. Is that YouTube was suddenly giving me a message saying it wasn't getting enough bits or something. This sells a no, sorry, it's not a 6. Normal Sudoku rules apply. Not all clues or digits are necessarily given. Yes, that is that is a good idea. Let's see. Okay, what is this triple? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So these aren't 1. So this is 1. So this is not 1. So this is only a 6 or a 7, but there's a 1-7 pair now in this column out of nowhere. So the nose is a 6. And the 1-7 pair means this is not a 1, a 7, or a 6. So it's a 2. Sorry, it's a 2. These aren't 2 anymore. That is all good. Let's see. And this 6 does see itself up there, and also sees itself here, because this digit's now a 6. This is probably also a 1-7. Yeah, this is a 1 or a 7, but it's not a 1. So that's a 7 and a 1 and a 7, and a 5 and a 7. Let's see, and that's a 1, and a 5 and a 1, and a 4 and a 5, and a 4, and a 6, and a 7, and an 8. Got all kinds of stuff happening, and a 7 and an 8. Let's see, one of these is a 5, and it's that one. And a 7 goes there. Let's see, where is this seeing a 6 from? Below. Down there sees the 6. So that's a 1 and a 6. That 4 looks up and gives us a 2 and a 4. These two cells are a 2 and an 8. These two cells are, let's see, this one is 2, 3, 4. This one's a 5. This one is a 1. And the betting tree for this puzzle, 1, 2, 3, is a 4. Congratulations if you bet 4 for the betting tree. Zack also congratulates you if you bet that his bow tie would be a 4. Very nice. Yeah, Tristan managed to dodge the technical difficulties. Wise choice. Yes, if you like the stream, it does help. So I very much appreciate anyone who could take the time to hit the like button on the stream. That is always appreciated. Alrighty, a very cool puzzle, Bellsita or Isabella, if you prefer. I'm going to take a real quick break, and then when I come back, I'm going to do, you guessed it, another puzzle. So we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. So next up, we have the puzzle Kill Kill by ICHTUES. So this is a doubler killer puzzle. So several people have reached out to me to say they thought this was the best doubler puzzle by anyone so far. So I am excited to do it. So I've been really enjoying all the variations and thoughts about doublery puzzles lately. Okay, so let's read the rules carefully. So we have normal Sudoku rules. I got that. This is the ICHTUES diagonal, so it contains the digits 1 through 9 once each. And the sum of the things in the cage, they have to sum to the number at the top, and digits cannot repeat within the cage. So ICHTUES has chosen to not make doublers care about digit repetition. So in other words, I believe I could do like a doubled, I guess I can't do a doubled 9 and a 9. I could do a doubled 6 and a 6. No. A doubled 5 and a 5. I can't do a doubled 5 and a 5 is the point. I can't do a doubled 5 and a 5 because it only cares that it's a 5. Sorry, I was saying that completely backwards. Hey, Sonic person. Alrighty. Normal doubler rules apply. So, I suppose I should have said that. Yeah, do you have a good betting tree location, ICHTUES? I can just pick one if you do not. But if you have a proposed betting tree, I can put down a betting tree. So if you've not seen doublers before, the way this works is in every row, column, and box, one cell counts for double its value for the purposes of adding to 24. So let's just fill this out. If this were, sorry, green is probably a bad color. If this were 7 and 9 and 4, but this 4 was a doubled, then that would still add to 24. Okay. There's one doubler in every row, column, box, and on the diagonal, which I thought was super cute. And every digit is doubled once each. Okay, so Glum Hippo has recommended row 4, column 4 for the betting tree. It seems like a natural place for the betting tree to slot in. Okay, so Hex Speed suggests we could bet about where on the positive diagonal the doubler will be. That is also cute. You can bet on what row the doubler will show up in. Okay, so the first thing to note is that a 3-cell 24 cage, if nothing weird is going on, has to be 7, 8, 9. But of course, something weird could be going on. And in fact, something weird has to be going on, because if both of these cages were 7, 8, 9, that would create an enormous problem. The enormous problem being that I would have 4 7, 8, 9s in box 6. So I don't know that this is immediately going to generate any pencil marks, but one of these two cages contains a doubler. And then the same is true of these, and now it's actually useful. Okay, so I can start. There are no repeated doublers, correct? So this cell can't be doubled because I need a doubler in one of these two cells. Otherwise, that's 5 7 8 9s. That's too many 7 8 9s. So I'm going to gray this cell to indicate that I know it is not doubled. Let's see. I'm trying to find other ones that see everything. This is slightly tricky. Let's see. SPQ says column 4, row 3. Sorry, column 4, row 3 through 7. Is that necessarily true? Oh, it's because there's 3 24 cages in these two columns, isn't it? Okay, so yes, so good spot, SPQ. So there are 3 24 cages in these two columns, but there are, oh no, there's There are enough 7, 8, 9. Okay, so the question is, could I make 3 24 cages with only one doubler? Because if I made 2 of these 24 cages 7, 8, 9, then what's the most I could make the other one? The other one would be at most 6, 5, 4 with the 6 doubled. That's only 19. So yeah, so if you try and make just the highlighted cages, if you try and make these sum to 24 using only using only one doubler, it doesn't work. So there are 2 doublers in cages in that column. And I think that's probably a good thing to try and repeat down here. So in these bottom 2 rows, exactly the same point applies, which is that I need 2 doublers in these cages. 1 is not enough. Oh, I should have graded these 2 as well, because I didn't talk about this cage at all in that argument. But down here, the same is true of these. If I try and put only 1 doubler in these 3 cages, then I need 2 of them to be 7, 8, 9 exactly, and then the other is at most double 6 plus 5 plus 4, which is Garian calculates. I also got 21. So there's a doubler in those, so there is no doubler in any of those cells. So the doubler in this box is in this row, and therefore there are no other doublers in this row. So we've got that. Let's see, do we have any other places where we're starting to creep up onto this? Looks like not quite. I might have to look at all of these 24 cages in the first 4 columns together, but that seems like a lot, so I'm going to do my best not to do that if I can avoid it. But maybe. Let's see. These aren't the diagonal doubler. One of them needs a doubler, I agree, but we need to find 2 doublers in order to do anything, I think. But I agree with Nicholas's point, and I think perhaps with a little tweaking or a little juicing, we can get there. But these 2 24 cages can't both be correct. One of them could be. So there needs to be a doubler in one of these 6 cells. But that doesn't get me any pencil marks on its own. Let's see. Liam says box 4's doubler is in a cage. Why is that? Okay. I think I see it now. Okay, so it's the interaction of these 2 24 cages. If there were a doubler outside the cage, this is a great spot from Liam. If there were a doubler outside the cage, it would actually rule doublers out of both of these cages, because this is the last cell in this cage that can be a doubler. And in so doing, it would make this into a 7, 8, 9 quad. That's not going to work. So these cannot be doubled. That was a very good spot. So we've got that. Let's see. Barbie asks if the same can be said about row 7 and 8. So I think More Crabs, I think, is specifically looking at this cell. Okay, I think this cell is a doubler. Let me do it this way. I think this cell is a doubler. What if this cell is not a doubler? If this cell is not a doubler... Oh no, maybe I'm not quite prepared to prove that. I thought that was going to instantly break these rows, but now I'm not so sure. But I think this cell is almost certainly a doubler, but now I am less prepared to prove it than I thought I was. Let's see. And we do have to keep in mind that things like doubling a 1 is not going to help at all with making our 24 cage work. I don't think we know anything about the doubler in box 6 yet, unless you propose that we do. But again, Nicholas, I don't need to... just because this is a doubler doesn't mean there's not a doubler in one of these cages. There could still be. It could just not be in box 6. So the fact that these 4 cells are in box 6 doesn't matter. I need to grab whole cages to know what is going on. Let's see. Okay, so SPQ is asking about the box 4 logic. So the box 4 logic is complicated. But the box 4 logic, the point is, if I were to put a doubler here, the key observation is that rules a doubler entirely out of this cage and entirely out of this cage, because this cage already has 2 cells that can't be doublers. And so it's the fact that a doubler SPQ in any of these cells would break, because both of these would have to be 7, 8, 9, and then that's 4 7, 8, 9s in a box. Okay. Yeah, the gray is a little subtle. I don't know, if people prefer the darker gray, I could try the darker gray. I thought that might be a little bit much. It looks good with the tree, though. Gotta say, it looks good with the tree. So yeah, I know that in columns 1 and 2, I know, per Nicholas's point, I know there's a doubler in one of these. I know there's 2 doublers in these, and one of them is real. So one of these is 7, 8, 9, I suppose I should say. I mean, here's the question. How many 7, 8, 9s are there in a 3-cell 24 cage that does have a doubler? Because let's say I double a 9. I still need a 7 or an 8, right? If I double a 9... No, if I double a 9 exactly, then I can get away with a 5 and a 1. So actually, I can get away with only one 7, 8, 9 in some of these. Yeah, I don't think Anti-Knight's point... I don't think it's quite correct. If it... I think it's close, but I don't think it is quite correct, because these can be 7, 8, 9. If these are 7, 8, 9, it means one of these is 7, 8, 9. But then the other 2 could both have doublers. So I think it's so close. I keep thinking the same thing of, like, if this is not a doubler, it puts 2 7, 8, 9s here, which is incredibly restricted. It forces a doubler immediately into this cage, for example. But yeah, and Eric points out an unfortunate point that double 8 can have 5 and 3 and avoid having 7, 8, 9. So there can be exactly 2 of these 3-cell 24 cages in the entire grid that have only one 7, 8, 9 in them. All of the rest have 2 or 3 7, 8, 9s in them, which is interesting. Garion has a good point. There's always at least one 7, 8, 9 in a 24 cage. So there are, if you count here, okay, Garion's point is going to get us Anti-Knight's point. So Garion's point is, and we calculated this earlier when we were arguing up here, if you use a doubler and you don't use a 7, 8, 9, you can't get to 24, because you could double 6 and then 5 and 4, and that's only 21. So actually, one of these has to be real. That's 3 7 8 9s, and then each of the others has at least one 7 8 9. That's 5 7 8 9s in the bottom two rows. So this can't have two 7 8 9s in the bottom, because that would put 7 7 8 9s in here. So this does have to be a doubler, which then undoublifies the rest of that stuff. All right. And this has to be at least... Now, I guess this has to be at least moderately large, right? This digit here can't be too small. It has to be at least 4. If it wasn't at least 4, I would still need to put two 7 8 9s down here. In fact, even if this is 4, I still have to put two 7 8 9s. Okay. This can't be 4. What about 5? If this is 5, then these come to 14, and that could be 6 8. Okay, so 5 is the minimum. Okay, so row 3, column 2, Jay argues the same, and Crispy argues the same. I believe that's true. If this is not a doubler, then when I look at these cages together, 2 of them I know have doublers. Well, sorry, at most 2 of them have doublers. So one of them is real. So one of them is 7 8 9. The others have at least one 7 8 9. That's 5 7 8 9s between these 3 cages already. There can't be 2 more 7 8 9s here. There are only 6 total 7 8 9s in column 3 and 4. So Jay's point that if this was not a doubler, Jay and Crispy's point, I should say, if this is not a doubler, then that puts 7 7 8 9s in columns 3 and 4. So none of these are doublers. That one's not either. I don't know how that escaped my shading. Let's see. People are arguing the same is true of row 9, column 2. Oh, sorry. It's gray. I thought I was like, wait, which set of cages is that affecting? But no, it's just that. Okay. So okay. So how many 3-cell 24 cages can have a doubler in them that don't have 2 more 7 8 9s? I guess the answer is 5. There are 5 cages at most with doublers in them. Liam points out this cell can't be a doubler now, because if this cell is a doubler, it would rule doublers out of these 2 cages, and that's not possible. Hey, dog, how are you? Sadly, same is not true of that cell necessarily. But I feel like we could actually, if we thought about this holistically, I bet we can force that there has to be a doubler in this cage. Because if there's not a doubler in this cage, then I think it's going to turn out that there's going to have to be doublers in there and there and there and there, and I think that's going to just be too many doublers, because this is also, yeah, that would be too many 5 6 7 8 9s, but I don't know that I want to do the math to actually prove that, because that sounds a bit but I'm pretty sure it's true, because I think we actually need doublers in 2 of these. Oh, we know we need doublers in 2 of these. So yeah, so if there's no, okay, I think this is perfectly plausible. If there's no doubler in here, well, no, because it's possible I have a doubled 4 with a 7 and a 9, and so that's the case I have to sort of treat separately in my brain when I think about this. Which is interesting. Let's see. If this is... I'm looking at what happens here because of the fact that I only have 2 places I can put a doubler in this column. But I don't quite see what I can do. Alrighty. What is going on? So I kind of want to try and make my counting to 5 argument work to show that there has to be a doubler here, but it seems irksome. Let's see. The doublers are in 4 spots along the diagonal still. I don't think that's going to help yet. Close. Yeah, is there Sudoku on doublers I can do? If there is Sudoku, I'm happy to do it. I think that counting 7, 8, 9s is going to be the key, and the question is going to be how much am I willing to count 7, 8, 9s? So there's at most 1, 7, 8, 9 here, but I also thought that normal doubler rules apply was ambitious, but I'll go with it. I feel like it took a while to get to normal chaos construction rules apply, but the Sudoku world is accelerating towards some sort of event horizon or whatever the word is. So here's a thing that the rules... Oh, right, no, the rules do say doublers cannot repeat within a cage. Okay. So great point from, I think it was Kurban, that the doubler in a 3-cell 24 cage can't be 3 or smaller. It can't be 1, 2, or 3. It can only be 4, 5. It can only be one of the digits that's 4 or higher. Because if I double a 3, then I need the other 2 digits to sum to 18, and they can't. And remember, you can't repeat doublers within a cage, which I don't think I have been fully appreciating. So I get 6 total doublers in 3-cell cages at most. There are 2 of them already marked. There's 2 of them in these 2 rows, and there's 2 of them in these 2 columns. And there's 1 of them over here. Got it. Okay, that's going to do it. So I know one of the cells in this W is a yellow 4 or more. So there are only 3 yellow 4 or mores to go between 8 and 9 and 3 rows and columns 3 and 4. Which means I can't make this gray, which is what I was hoping to make happen. This can't be gray, because if this is gray, then we need a doubler in this one and a doubler in this one, and a doubler here and a doubler in this one. But now that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 doublers that are 4 or higher, and I cannot do that. Yeah, it does say that... oh, does it not say that digits can't repeat within doublers? Did I invent that rule? Or does it just... I guess that's just the normal doubler rules apply. I'm assuming that that includes that digits can't repeat within doublers. But it does say normal doubler rules apply, so I assume, given that we did ICHTUES' arrow puzzle that was a doubler, and it had that rule, I assume that it says that. Oh, Ambrose says it does say it in the full rules. Okay, so the conclusion of all of that is that this cage definitely has a doubler in it. So this cell cannot be a doubler. Now, that might be the tiniest deduction in the entire universe, but it is true, and I will take it. So yes, there's definitely a doubler in here. Okay, so let's reiterate what we know. So there's a doubler, or there's two doublers in these, including one in here. So there's a doubler in here or here. There's a doubler in here or here. And there's a doubler over here. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because there's a doubler in here for sure. Okay. Now, if I don't put the doubler over on this side, in rows 8 and 9, if I put it in this one, then I don't get a doubler here, and I don't get a relevant doubler here either, and then I can't put a doubler in column 1 anymore. So the doubler, another way to say that is the doubler in column 1 is definitely in a 24 cage, but I don't have a doubler left that I can put in this 24 cage. I'm out of doublers. I already have them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these are gray, is a different way to say that. So one of these is yellow, so that's gray. So this is yellow. And so these are gray. And so we get our first actual 7, 8, 9 over here. And so now that this is an actual 7, 8, 9, this can't be an actual 7, 8, 9, so that's gray. So we've got that. These are 7, 8, 9 now. Oops, sorry, 7, 8, 9. This is only 4, 5, 6 actually. Alrighty, and so remember this needs a doubler in it, so it's one of those two, so it's not one of these. So this is 7, 8, 9. And yeah, we've got a doubler here and a doubler here. Okay. There's going to be some shenanigans with the diagonal looking at this cage or something. Yeah, the doubler in column 4 looks up. Good point from Ambrose. So we've got no doubler up there. So this is a 7, 8, 9, but it doesn't tell us anything about the value of that cell. Let's see. Means I need a doubler in the 4-cell cage. Because now the maximum of these two cells is 6 and 5. It's 11. So I need these two digits to add to at least 13. Is that really a problem without a doubler? I don't see why that's a problem. I'm certain I'm missing something, but I do not see why it is a problem. None of these cells are 7, 8, 9. But every cage, we've said, every cage with a doubler has a 7, 8, 9. So this digit's definitely a 7, 8, 9, because I can't put a 7, 8, 9 over here. Also, this cage, even with a doubler, you need a 7, 8, 9. And so this needs to be a 7, 8, 9. We haven't said anything in our counting about 1, 2, 3 doublers, because 1, 2, 3 doublers don't let you do 3-cell 24 cages. So there can absolutely be 1, 2, 3. There will be 1, 2, 3 doublers that are not in cages. There will be at least 2 of them. Okay, so those are the 7, 8, 9s for the column. So now that's all the 7, 8, 9s for column 3. So this is a 7, 8, 9. Because, again, I need a 7, 8, 9, and this is the only place that this cage can get one. Let's see. Most with 7, 8, 9 here. Okay, so this is at most double 6. It's at most 12. So I need these to sum to at least 12. So if this is the 7, 8, 9, then this needs to be at least what? This needs to be at least 3. I guess that's not worth writing in. Let's see. Dog says this can't be 4. That's probably true. If this was 8, right. If this were 8, this would need to be 7, 9, and it can't be, because this can't be 7, 8, or 9, so this is not a 4. Okay. So, yeah, I know my double digit here isn't a 7, 8, 9. Could my double digit here be a 4? I don't think so, because, yeah, if this were an 8, right, there's no doubled 4 here. So the double digit here is a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So all of these doublers are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What about this one? Could this doubler be a 4? This doubler also cannot be a 4. Because this doubler over here, if it were a 4, it would need to be with 2, 7, 8, 9s, and it can't be. So this is not the doubled 4. This is not the doubled 4. That's not. That's actually a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple in doublers. Which means the digit that's doubled in this 24 cage is a 4. Which means that this is actually a 4, 7, 9 cage, because the only way that you can make this work with a doubled 4 is with a 7 and a 9. And so we get our first digit, which is that this is an 8. And now we get to do the 8 dance. Woo! Woo! Whoop-a-doo! Ba-da-boop! 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 Wee! Ba-da-boop! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. A lovely 8 dance, as always. And so we get to knock out those 8s. Like that. And yes, our remaining doublers are all 1, 2, 3s. Okay, what about the 5 doubler? What does the 5 doubler go with? The 5 doubler goes with things that add to 14. So the 5 doubler can't go with 7 and 9. Sorry, 7 and 9 is not digits that add to 14. Oh, so it's 8 and 6 or 9 and 5. Okay, never mind. Ah, 5 doesn't go with 9, 5 is a good point. 5 only goes with 6, 8, so it has to be 5, 6, 8 exactly. So yeah, so one of these is a 5, 6, 8 cage. We've got our 4. Which is nice. So Crispy says, I know the doubler here is 5. How do I know it's not 6? I know it's not 7, 8, 9, so I know it's 5 or 6. Okay, so I know the doubler here is 5 or 6, so that pairs with that. It means this doubler is not 5 or 6. But I don't know how you knew it was 5. But this one's 5 or 6, and this one's 5 or 6. And so we actually know how this works out. So the 5 doubler always goes with 5, 6, and 8. And what does the 6 doubler do? The 6 doubler is 12, so it needs to go with 7 and 5, or 8 and 4, or 9 and 3. I guess there's options. This cell can't be a 5 or a 6, though. This cell can't be 5 or 6. That's the point. So this can't be a 5. Because if this were a 5, then we've said the only way that this works is if it's 5, 6, 8, but there's nowhere for a 6 in this cage. Because this cell can never be a 5 or a 6. Because if this is a 5, the 6 doubler is here. So this is not a 6. Sorry, this is not a 5. It is a 6. There's a 5 doubler down here. And so the 5 doubler, just to reiterate, remember, is 5, 6, 8. So that's the 8 for the 5, 6, 8. These are a 5, 6 pair. That's not an 8. That's not an 8. These two add to 12. So they're either, well, they're not a 7 and a 5 anymore because there's a 5 in the box. So it's a 9 and a 3, making that a 7, that an 8, that a 9. This isn't a 7 anymore. This is not a 9 anymore. There's an 8 up here somewhere. I'm going to mark. This digit is a 7. So no 7 there. No 7 here. The 8 in this box is in one of these two cells. But I don't think I know which one yet. Let's see. This 8 down here makes this a 9, which many people in chat were saying. And then I was like, wait, what are they saying? Where does it see that? Through the magic of doublers is the answer. And so the 5 doublers here, 6 doubler, this needs a 7 doubler. So there's a 7 doubled in here. And so the 7 doubler sees up, says that those aren't 7, which makes that a 7, means that's not 7. But then what does the 7 doubler live with? The 7 doubler lives with two things that add to 10. Not 5 and 5, so it could be 4 and 6. It is 4 and 6 because it's not 8 or 9. And it can't be 3, 7. So yeah, so this is 4, 6, 7, and that's not the 7. Where is 8 in box 1? Is broken? How did we rule 8 out of row 3, column 8? 8 in box 3 is wrong. Oh, did I put the wrong digit? How far back do I have to go? Let's see, we'll go to back where I put that 8. Okay. So let's go back here. So let's redo this math. So it's just a missing pencil mark? Oh, it's literally only that I didn't put an 8 pencil mark here for whatever insane reason. I didn't put an 8 pencil mark there. Is that the only issue? I thought we were saying this whole box is broken or something. Oh, I see it. Okay. So the point is I know which of these it is because the 8 is pushed up here, which gives us a Jovi wing. Okay, I see. Yeah, so we've got a Jovi wing on 8s, meaning that the 8s for row 1 and 2 are eaten, so these can't be 8, which means this is 8. Okay, I see I see the problem, and I see how people saw the problem. And there's a Jovi wing on 6s down here, because there's 6s in both of these, as Dog points out, so that digit is a 6. There's a 4-9 pair, so that's a 7, meaning it's gray. Okay, this 8 needs to go with 2 digits that sum to 8. Yes, it needs to go with 2 digits that sum to 8 that aren't 2, 6, or 1, 7, so these are 3, 5. And that's going to do a lot, because it's going to make that a 6 and a 5, and make that a none 6. Now, which thing was it that was doubled down here? Was the 5 that was doubled, so that's a doubler. That's not a doubler. That's not a doubler. That is a doubler. The thing that's doubled down here is the 7, so no 7 in those cells. That gives us a 9, means no 9 down here. These digits I should write in just in case any gifts fall out. They are a 1, a 2, and a 4. I suppose. But I know the 4 in this row is up here. So this is not a 4. Sorry. Because of the 4-6 pair down here is what I'm using. This row is missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That one's not the 9. So this is a 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Lots of people are saying I should be able to place 7 on the diagonal. So not there, not there, not there. Not there. Not there. Okay, so we've made it all the way down to here. So the 7 on the diagonal... the 7 on the diagonal is here. And good point from Ambrose that I can... There's a 3-5 pair, so none of those are 3. So that is 3. So I actually did have a present waiting for me. I just didn't... I didn't unwrap it properly from doing all of the Sudoku. So this is a naked single. It's a 4. This is a 1 or a 2 to finish the row. That 4 gives me the 9 and the 4. The 4 is the digit that's doubled. The 9 is not doubled. So the 4 does that. That tells me that this is now the doubler on the diagonal, which tells me that those are not doubled. So this is a 1, 2, or a 3, because I know where the other doublers are. 9 looks over there and makes that an 8 and a 9. 9 looks down here and makes that not a 9. These digits, if I look at them carefully, I still need a 1 and a 2. We've got a 3, 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6, 7, 8, and 9. So these are from 1, 2, 5 only. Now suddenly, as Jay points out, 8 on the diagonal is placed. It only goes here, making that a 7 and an 8. So that is sweet. Let's see. These 2 cells need to add to what? These 2 cells need to add to 6. So they're 1, 2, 4, 5 if they add to 6. That one's not a 4, so that one's not a 2. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, yeah, so the... I guess the point is these also add to 6, maybe? Okay. How am I doing on 8s? Oh, I have everything except this Jovi wing on 8s done. Okay. So this cage, these 3 cells cannot be... Actually, these 3 cells cannot be 7, 8, or 9. None of these cells can be 7, 8, or 9. Okay, so no cell in this 24 cage is as big as 7, 8, or 9. So is it possible to make 24 and 4 without 7, 8, or 9? The best you could do is 6, 5, 4, 3, which is only 18, right? 6, 5, 4, and 3 is 18, right? So there's definitely a doubler. Oh, I guess I proved that there's a doubler in one of these two cells, but I'm silly. Oh, this can be a 7. Sorry, I don't know how I missed that. That can be a 7, right? It's these cells that cannot be 7, 8, or 9. So this one can be a 7. In fact, it probably has to be, right? Because if I don't make it a 7, how am I getting to 24? Because the absolute maximum I get is if I double the 3. So I could do double 3, 6. That's 12. But now 5 and 4. So if I don't use a 7, the maximum I could get to is 21. So I have to use a 7 because I can't use an 8 or 9 ever. And so this is a 7. Sorry, I did that in a very convoluted way. So I use a 7. I now have to make these sum to 17 without using an 8 or a 9. And so the maximum I could do is 6 and 6 and 5, which is 17, right? The absolute maximum I can make these 3 cells is 17 if they are exactly 6 and 6 and 5. And that is enough to make this work. So this is forced to be 6 and 6 and 5. Like that. And so in particular, that eats the 3 doubler. So this is not a 3 doubler. That gives us a 1-2 pair on the diagonal. And so now where's the 3 on the diagonal? The 3 on the diagonal is in box 3. It's the only place for it to go. So this isn't the 3. This is the 3 and it's doubled. Oh, sorry. Right. This is the 3 and it's doubled because this I already knew wasn't doubled. So there's the double 3. This is a double 1 or 2. That's a 1-2 pair for the column. So if that's a double pair, 1-2 pair for the column, what are these 2 digits? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, these are 3, 5, and 6. Do I know anything about those numbers? Apparently not. Doubler completion dance. Woohoo! Doublers, woo! Zack does enjoy his doublers. Hey, Kajito, how are you doing? There's a 7 in this box that I have not placed. I have placed, I think, 8 7s. I think now I've placed 9 7s. I have not placed 9 7s. Where am I missing a 7? I'm not missing a 7. Why is the 7 not grayed out on my keypad? The 7 should be grayed out because I have placed 7 7s now. I do not know. All right. These 2 cells cannot be 1 or 2. So what can they be? They're not 1, 2. They could be 3. Or 4, or 5, or 6. But not 7, 8, or 9. So these are from 3, 4, 5, 6, just by the diagonal alone. And we get a couple eliminations, like we get a 3, 5 pair there. And there's a 5, 6 pair in row 1, which is very helpful, Crispy points out. So the 5, 6 pair here means that this is actually a 4, which means that that's a 6 and a 4. So that is going to do good things for the home team, as they say. That's not a 6. What about these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is not a 6. There we go. Yeah, I can color the 1 2s. I was wondering if I should color 1 2s. Good point. Okay, so Kurban has pointed out that this is a 3 5 pair, so that's a 6. and a 5. See, that is the kind of thing that when I'm streaming with Tallcat on Friday, he will make fun of me for. So these digits are known. Let's fill them in. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I'm really hoping here that I get to use Rank's point about coloring. So this cell sees both 1, 2s. So this cell can't be a 1 or a 2, and here's why. This 1, 2 in this box is down here. So those cells look up here, and that 1, 2 looks left. So this is not a 1 or a 2. This is a 4 or a 6. Well, you know what? I'm going to do it anyway. I don't think we need to, but, you know, got to be happy, right? This is blue. Well, this cell sees both, so this cell's not 1 or 2. So it is 3, 4, oops. It is 3, 4, or 5, and it's not a 4, I am being informed. Let's see. 1 and 2 in this box are down here, so this is never a 1. So this is a 4 or a 5, which means that this is not a 5 anymore, because these two need to add to 6, let's recall, or attempt to recall. Let's see, row 8, column 6 is red. How do I know? Let's see, 5 in box 5. 5 in box 5 goes there, which makes that a 3. If I do column 4, I get to do more coloring. Well, that sounds promising. So these are 1, 2, and 4. That one's not a 4, so it's blue. Thank you. Let's do more coloring. People know how to get me to do things. So the betting tree is a blue 1, 2, if you were curious. So if you bet blue 1, 2, then you are correct. So that is red. So let's see. So blue in this row is here or here. Let's see, blue in box 1. Blue in box 1, right. Blue in box 1 is in one of these two cells. So blue in box 1 together with blue in column 2 tells me that blue is here. So this is a 4. I also could have said that it was a 4 in a much more easy way because I had a 1-2 pair in the box that were looking at it. But we won't talk about that. We'll just go on and pretend it never happened. This is a red 1, 2. Let's see. One of these two is red. I don't know which one. Blue in row 8 looks right. I am being told. Aha, yes, thank you. So that is a red 1, 2. One of these two is the blue 1, 2. One of these two is the blue 1, 2. These two are a pair, actually. And one of them is a 4, even better. So that's a 4. And that's a 5. So that's not a 5, which means that is a 5. And this is blue. Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. No, not blue. The other one. This is red. No song. So these two are a pair. They're an 8 and a something, not a 9. I don't know why I filled in 9 immediately. 3, 4, 5. An 8 and a 6. So that's the 8 and the 6. Put in an upside down 6 just to see if you were paying attention. And a 4. That 4 has made this cell blue and made this cell 4. And made this cell 6, and in turn made this cell blue. This cell is now red. This cell is now 9. This cell is now blue. This cell is 3, 4, or 5 by the row and is not 4 or 5 by the column. So I think this is only 3, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this is only 3. This is just a naked single 3, which makes that a 5 and a 3 and a 3 and a 5 and a 3. This isn't a 9 anymore, so that is the 9, and this is blue. This is a 4, but we shouldn't think about that for a second. We should finish our coloring. We should eat our vegetables before we do the rest of the puzzle. So what is this? This is not 1, 2, 3, 4. This could be 5, but it's not 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this is 5. 5 is the only thing it could be. So this is the red one, too. If I just delete it, then people in chat don't ask if I'm trolling. Let's see. Okay, so not 1, 2. We need a 3 in here, and the 3 is going to go here. 4, 5, and we need a 6, so the 6 is going to go there. So this digit we should also know. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be a 5. This digit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is going to be a 6. This is going to be the red one, too. And this is going to be the blue one, too. And so we have now colored all of our 1, 2s, and so as a reward, we're allowed to look at this cage. And so when we look at this cage, we can fill in this digit, which is a 4, and then we notice that these two sum to 22, so red is a 2. I think somehow this only works for Tristan. Tristan, when Tristan double clicks on a cell that's colored gray-red, it only selects the gray-red cells, but it does not work for me. So all of those are 2s, and so all of these, including the bedding tree, are 1s. So if you bet that the bedding tree would be a 1, congratulations. Very neat puzzle. I did enjoy that a lot. I'm not sure I liked that one more than ICHTUES' other ICHTUES' arrow doubler puzzle, but this is an excellent puzzle. So yes, if you guessed blue-gray 1, then you guessed correctly. Yes, excellent puzzle all around. I really enjoyed that one. Thanks for making the puzzle. You've been making some really cool doubler puzzles, ICHTUES. I think probably your arrow doubler is probably the one that I would recommend to someone who'd never done a doubler puzzle before and wanted to see what it was like. Because I think it was very interesting, but also sort of like it was clear where to look. Alrighty, I'm going to take a short break, and I will be right back. And Liam, I think I started the doubler trend with the pair of puzzles vignettes into my collab with Tallcat, which was featured on Tracking the Cryptic, which was Topsy-Turvy. So I think probably Topsy-Turvy being featured, the Tallcat and Zeta collab, I think probably inspired the doubler shenaniganery that is ensuing. I'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Jay is suggesting a puzzle where you have to determine which digit you're multiplying by. I think there's a lot of potential variations. One thing I was thinking was actually, I think you could do every digit 1 through 9 in the grid is wrong exactly once, and the correct digit that it should be interpreted as is 1 through 9 exactly once. I think you could do something like that and have it be fun. And just say, like, it's just an error. The digit should be 7 when it's a 2 or whatever. Alrighty. So, next up, we have, it's pretty close to M. Nasty's puzzle that Memerister did on stream the other day, which is really cool, which was, there's sort of this collection of doubler-esque cells, except 4 of them add 1 instead of doubling, and then one of them just does nothing and laughs at you. And you have to decide which are which in addition, which is entertaining. All right, so next up, we have The Corners Are Even Double by Mr.Menace, which, despite the title, is not a doubler puzzle. Rather, it is a double arrow puzzle. So after doing and very much enjoying Mr.Menace's two previous The Corners Are Even puzzles, I asked if he would be interested in making a double arrow version, and he did, so here we go. Let's go here. What is a double arrow? So a double arrow means that if you sum the two circles, so for example, that could be 5 and 5, the sum should be the same as the sum of these two digits. So this could be a 2 and an 8. That's a double arrow. And all of the double arrows have to work that way. And also, we have squares, which always contain an even digit, and circles, which always contain an odd digit. So let's start by coloring all of the squares blue and all of the circles orange. And we'll even indulge and let ourselves acknowledge that 2 and 8 are even, and that 1 is odd. Okay, so what are we going to do with our lives here? So I notice that these lines are pretty long. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each of these pairs are 5 long. And so 5 digits sum to a minimum of 15. So sort of the standard double arrow move is to just fill in 6, 7, 8, 9 here. It's the double arrow equivalent of the arrow move of filling 3, 4, 5 into the 6, 7, 8, 9 into the 3-cell arrow ones. So does this need to have a 1 on it is the first question. If there's not a 1 on this, then the minimum it sums to is 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6, which is 19, which I cannot make these two add to 19, so there's definitely a 1 on here. If there's not a 2 on here, then the minimum that I can make this sum to is actually 1 plus 3, 4, 5, 6, which is 19. Sorry, no, which is 18. No, that is 19. That's still too big. I have to have a 2. Oh yeah, bet cell. We should put out a bet cell. Let's see. How about something... Do you have a suggestion, Tallcat? Since you did this puzzle more recently than I did? Otherwise, I'll just pick one. But if Tallcat has a suggestion, I will hew to it. I did that right? 1 plus 3, 4, 5, 6 is 18. Yeah, we cannot do 18. But then we don't need to have a 3 on this line, necessarily. because if I made it 1, 2, and 4, 5, 6, that would be... No, I do need a 3, because if I made it 1, 2, and 4, 5, 6, that still sums to 18, and that would require a double 9. So yeah, there does need to be a 3 here. And so same deal over here. The bedding tree has been placed at row 8, column 3. I always wonder how much people pay attention to what cell I've chosen before deciding what their bedding tree will be. So these are 4, 6, 8, and these are also 4, 6, 8. Same business. Let's see. So that was, I feel like, the gimme of the puzzle. I fear like I fear from here on it is going to be considerably trickier. Let's see. David says one of these has to be a 6. You mean one of these digits has to be a 6? Or one of the corners has to be a 6? Let's see. Okay, so Garian's point is, where does 9 go in column 1 and in column 9? And so 9 cannot go here, because if I put a 9 on this line, then it is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9 at minimum, which is 19, which is too big. So the 9 actually only goes in one of these two places. I'm going to gray-yellow them. And in this column, it also only goes in one of those two places. So I'll gray-yellow those. And so we have 9s here. Now, I also can't put an 8 on the line, as Ranks points out, but unfortunately the 8 can sneak off over there. Now, this digit, Tallcat points out the cool fact about this digit and this digit. Where does this digit... Oh, no, I was going to say this digit could be the other circle, though, because I could repeat the circles. I was thinking, so this digit can never appear on one of these lines because it would need to appear with a second copy of that digit. So that is not going to work. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Tallcat is interested in where these two go in column 1, which I would not have thought of. But, I mean, they certainly can't go on the line, because the other digits on the line add up to at least 10. But it seems like that's still 4 places that they could go. I mean, I guess this one can only go in 2 places, and this one can only... Oh, no, this one could go in more places than that. So the reason you can't repeat the circle digit on the line is actually pretty cool, Chameleon. So if I make this a 7 and a 5, what happens if I put a 7 here? Then what digit does this need to be? Well, this needs to be a 5. And now I have broken the puzzle. But interestingly, in lots of cases, you can repeat the circle digit on lines. You just can't in specific cases. So here, the reason why you can't repeat the 6 on this line is that if I do, the other 4 digits add up to this, but that means that digit's at least a 10, which is not going to work without a doubler. Yeah, at least for me, I first saw that trick in a Woofers puzzle. This version I first saw in a Woofers Jacob puzzle that I really liked. Okay, let's see. Okay, a lot of people in chat have had points. Let's see. Okay, so what if, so this is a question being asked in several ways by chat in different ways. What if there are not 2 evens on this line? If there are not 2 evens on this line, then the minimum value of this line is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7. And 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 is 19. Which is... Wait, is it 18? I think it's 18. It's too big. If I don't put two evens on this line, then it exceeds its allowed value, which means there have to be two evens on this line, which is all the evens for the column, which means these cells are always at least odd, and the same thing happens over here. So these are only 5, 7, and 9. In terms of value. Yeah, the 8 is in one of these cells. Okay, so now, yeah, now the 8 has to be in one of these cells. And so now we have an X-wing on 8s. And so there's an 8 in, let's see, I need another color. I'm going to put a purple flash on the blue. I know people don't like purple and blue next to each other. I'm hoping the purple flash on the blue just is enough to distinguish that this is my 8 X-wing that I want to remember and will immediately forget. So we have that. Okay, so now if I sum column 1, let's think about the parity of column 1. These sum to an even total. So these need to sum to an odd total. So these two are opposite parity, whatever that means. So I think earlier Garion said they can't be a 7-9 pair. I'm guessing that Garion saw that they had to be opposite parity. And so these two are opposite parity, and these two are opposite parity. Fortunately, they could just squeeze being 7 and 8. Oh, let's see. Jay has a point. Let's see. Let's see. Row 1, column 2, 3, 4. Ah, right. Okay. So that's gorgeous. Okay, so that's very cool. So the sum of these three has the same parity as the sum of these three is the point. And that's because if I add this to both of them, and so I'm adding double whatever this digit is to those digits and those digits, well, I now know I'm getting an even number. But I've added double the same version here, so I've not changed the parity, because if you add an even number to something, you don't change the parity. So these are, those have an even total. Together with those, that's an even total, but the whole row totals to an odd number, so this has to be orange, namely 45. And exactly the same thing happens down here. That has to be orange. For exactly the same reason. That is a very good spot, J40. It would have taken me a while before I figured that out. Let's see. And it doesn't matter whether this circle repeats in these things. I mean, the circle probably does repeat in those things, but that doesn't matter. That's 4 odds in the column. 4 is an unfortunate number of... Mr.Menace, this is the third the corners are even puzzle. So the previous two involved arrows, and I really liked them, and I asked if he would make a double arrow version, and he liked the idea and did, and this is the result. Let's see. Where is 2 in box 5? Asks Doug. So 2 in box 5 is not odd. 2 is not 8. 2 is not in any of these cells because there's a 2 in the column. So the 2 is in one of these cells. 2 can only go on one of these if there's a 1 and a 1, which would be interesting. Let's see if I can convince myself that that's not possible. It is not possible. Oh wait, maybe it is. Let's see. Okay, so if this is a 2 and that's a 1 and a 1, now that has to be a 1. In order for there to be a 1 in here, but I don't quite see. It's what it does in the box. That's gorgeous. Right. If this is double 1, now I have to ask where 1 goes in this box, and cleverly all the places it could go are on a sum of 2 digits, which can't possibly be 1. I know the 1 is in this plus sign, and I know the 1's not an 8. So these can't be 2. And so this is 2. And so we have to bring in our beloved Zack to do the 2 dance. Do. 2 dance. Woohoo! The 2 dance is a bit metal. Also 2 is even. Let's see, there is a 1 and a 2. There is no 2 there. You should update your notes appropriately, Tallcat. You have perhaps not been carefully monitoring the evolution of the digit dances. Interestingly, if this digit is not a 4, then the 4 is on one of these, and it needs to be flanked by a 1-3. Exactly. You'd think, oh, it could be 2-2, but actually none of these ends can be 2. Okay, so speaking of the 3, the 3 could go here. That's annoying. Yeah, I'm interested in 4, but the 1 is a very good spot, although the 1 goes there. The 3 certainly can't go on a line anymore because of the 2, so the 3 is in one of these 3 places. Oh, is that going to do something with my 1-4 or my 4 comment? Like, if this is a 4 and this is a 1-3, is that a problem? I don't think so. What's the parity of the sum of the corners in box 5? That's a good question. So if you actually calculate the sum of the lines here, the sum of the lines is double the sum of the circles. I think that was the break-in of my first double arrow puzzle, actually. The sum of the lines is double the sum of the circles, because this line is this circle plus this circle. This line now adds that circle in again, and so on. And so these have an even sum. And so those have an even sum. Those have an even sum. And therefore, this digit is odd. Very cool, Chameleon. Good spot. And so... Hey, Myfer. And so 4 is on a line. And so there is a 1-3 living in our midst in one of these. That one's not the 1. So one of these 3 is a 1. What am I supposed to do with the fact that one of these is a 1-3? It's got to be relevant. Like, I can't imagine it's not relevant, but I can't figure it out. Yeah, and 2 of them sum to 4. We know. Oh, good luck at work, Nicholas. I'll see you around soon, I hope. Now, there is only one more odd in this column. Okay, so here's a good point. There's only one more odd in this column, and it's a 1 or a 3 in one of these circles. Because the 1 or 3, that's the point. The 1 or 3 has to be in one of these 2 circles, because there's no way I can make a 1, 3 adding to 4 without it. And that's the 5th odd. So these cells are always even. That's the point. Okay. So we've got that. Okay. And so we have further insight from Isabella, which is that we have to also ask ourselves, there's a 6 in this box, and that's on a line. How am I making 6? And the answer to how I'm making 6 is I have to make it as 1, 5. I can't make it as 3, 3, because that would rule 3 out of the box, and I can't make it as 2, 4, because I can't put a 2 in a circle. So there's a 3, 1, 5 that has to sort of slot in some way around this windmill that we have in the middle. But we know... right, and one of these 2 is even. And we need a 1, 3, and a 5. So these 2 are odd, and are each 1, 3, 5. Because I need 2 odds in here. That one's not the 1. So one of these is the even one, and the other is 1, 3, 5. Let's see. Okay, so... right, the 1 is next to the 3 and next to the 5. So the 1 can't be opposite the 3, 5. That is Judith's point. So this is the 3, 5 pair. Or sorry, so this is a 3, 5 pair. So that's not 3. So the odd number here is 3. Sorry, is not 3. Sorry. No, the odd number is 1. We already knew. I knew the odd number was 1. So the 1 is in one of these 2, so it's not there, which means the 1 is there. Which makes these a 7, 9 pair. Oh, and these 2 are even, because the row is done with its odds. So this is not a 1 or a 3, as it would happen. These are a 4, 6 pair. Which is interesting. That's a 4, 6, 8 quad, for whatever that is worth. Not a whole lot. So now we know how we're making 4, and we know how we're making 6. I guess I don't know what else I'm making, right? What else am I making? Because I've got a 5, 7, and a 9, and I can figure them out. The even number, though, must be a 2 or a 4, because the even number is going to go next to... and it's a 4. The even number has to be a 4, right? One of these is even, and it can't be a 2, because there's a 2. And so these are a 1, 4 pair, we actually know. This is super cool. These have to be a 1, 4 pair, because I know one of them is even. And whichever one it is, it's going to be added to 5. And so that's not going to work. Okay, and so now I know exactly what all of these numbers are. So one of them is a 4. One of them is a 6. One of them is 4, 5, which is 9. And one of them is 4, 3, which is 7. So, bye, David. So that means I know what these 2 digits are. Namely, these 2 digits are 3 and 5. Sorry, so these are 3 and 5. So this digit is a 6 or an 8, and this digit is a 6 or an 8. I should fill that in while I'm keeping track of it. These digits are a 7, 9 pair, because that's just what's left in the column. All right. This is getting very colorful. So let's see. And interestingly, the 4, whichever side the 4 is on, is going to rule both 7 and 9 out of the circles. Oh, right. Okay. So, oh, but sorry, the circles are down here. Okay, so if this is the 7-9 pair, these are 6-8, and then these now, because they're opposite parity, these would then have to be a 7-9 pair. So interestingly, I guess, I have a virtual 7-9 pair in this column, which I guess I kind of already knew if I thought about it the right way. But we get that. Okay, Garion makes a good point about one of these two lines has a 6, and that's min 16, but we actually know the sum of this line is odd, so it's min 17, whichever one it is, and so that has to be 8, 9 exactly. So one of these is exactly 8, 9. I agree with that assessment. Okay, and so opposite the 7-9, one of these is a 4-6 pair. Is this being a 4-6 pair interesting, or this being a 4-6 pair? Right. They can't both have a 9. So the other one is 7-8. Very true. Okay, so one of these is a 7-8, and one of them is an 8-9. So they both have an 8. So that's going to give us an extra X-Wing on 8s, for whatever that's worth. We're going to make those red, and corner mark 8 in them. And none of them are 6. That is another wise thing that you could note, because of the digits 7, 8, 8, 9, none of those are 6. That is something a wise person who was looking at this would see, but I did not. Which gives us a 7, 8, 9 triple in each of these columns, which is interesting. I don't quite know what to do with it. Hey, Kenny, how are you? Let's see. I'm being encouraged to contemplate the nature of 8 in box 2. So 8 is ruled out of there, and ruled out of there, and ruled out of there and there. So 8 in box 2 is the point that 8 in box 2 is in one of these 2 cells. Do I get the same thing down here? Actually, it's better down here, isn't it? Oh, oh yeah, it is, right? Isn't it just placed here? I think it's placed here. I don't think anything else can be 8. These can't be 8 because of the X-Wing. These can't be 8 because of the X-Wing. These can't be 8 because of the X-Wing. This can't be 8 because 8 is not 2. So yeah, so that is 8, and that's 6, and that's 8. So nice. I successfully managed not to say nice when the tangent line to something in class today turned out to be 6x minus 9. But thanks to Sudoku streams, it became difficult and required concentration. So this can't be the 4. because the 4 here would put a 7 and a 9 here, and that would be a 7, 8, 9 quad in the row. So that's a 4 and that's a 1. I can't have a 7, 8, 9 quad in this row. So these are, I don't know, I think that's what Ransk was saying in chat, but I might have missed it. But at least it made me see it. So these are a 7, 9, so those are both odd. These are both even. I am a math teacher, yes, that is true. This digit is just a naked single 2, because it's even, but it can't be an 8 because of the X-wing. So this is a 2. So that's not a 2. That's not a 2. Right, and now we ask, okay, well, the last even in row 4 is an 8. So we know these two aren't that last even, because they can't be 8 because of the X-wing. I do have students who watch the stream. It does happen. Which is cool, by the way, if any of you are watching. Hello. Yeah, I do have a math video channel if you are interested. The name zetamath is the name I picked for my math video channel, and then coincidentally I also did Sudoku. And then it was sort of like, well, that was the name I already had, so it was natural to continue that. So one of these two is 2. Yes, you could say all your students watch your stream. You're very popular. 4 is even, fun fact. Little known. Okay, so this digit is odd, but it's not a 1. So it's a 3, 5, or maybe 7. Can I possibly have a 7 on this line? I can't have a 7 on this line. Because if I have 7 on the line, the minimum it sums to is 17, which would make this an 8-9 pair. But I know that this line with a 6 on it sums to 17. And the line with a 6 on it is the only one that can have 8-9 as the circly boos. So this is only a 3 or a 5, so that's the 7. No, sorry, this is a 7 or a 9. Ah, so this is a 7 or a 9, because I have a 3-5 pair. And that gives me a 7-9 pair in the box, which makes this an 8 and that an 8. There are only 5 videos. However, they are each like an hour long, and they're fully animated. So there is a... this is like Tristan showing off his awesome animation skills. So those are the 8s. These are the oranges. They take a while. Yes, they're an endeavor. Of Love by Tristan. This is orange. So let's see. Do I really only know that this is 2, 4, or 6? That's possible. I might only know that this is 2, 4, or 6. Oh, I broke the 8 X-wing, because this is no longer an 8. So now this 8 X-wing gets broken like that. These aren't 8 in the corner or the center, and purple can leave the puzzle. Goodbye, purple. I appreciated your non-obtrusiveness. Let's see. Okay, so Garion claims both of these need a 5. Let's convince ourselves of that. So one of these sums to 15. That one definitely needs a 5. The other one sums to 17 and has a 6 on it. And so its digits are 1, 2, 3, 5. And so yes, both lines have a 5. And so there are no 5s in any of these cells. Right, and it's not a deadly pattern because they're not in 2 boxes. Okay, so that gives us a 7-9 pair in this box and a 7-9 pair in... Wait, did I say a 7-9 pair in this box? I don't know what I'm talking about. It gives us a 7-9 pair in this box. Teach people how to break puzzles. That sounds helpful. Yeah, I mean, I'm not aware of a lot of students who watch, but there are at least a few of my students who watch, and even before I started streaming, I had a few students who would solve puzzles I would post and talk about it. Places 7, 9 in box 3. Okay, so there's no 7, 9 over there. There's 1, 7, 9 there. I know it's not there. It's not there. Am I coloring the 7, 9s to see that the 7, 9 is placed in box 3? Or something? I mean, I should be coloring the 7, 9s, really. I'm going to lose my yellow coloring so I can color the 7, 9s. So this will be the yellow 7, 9. This will be... Oh, that looks terrible. This will be the non-yellow 7, 9. The green 7, 9, I suppose. So this is yellow. This is green. This is green. Neither line has both a 4 and a 6. Yeah, the coloring may not have been as fulfilling as I had hoped, but row 8, column 5 can be colored. Row 8, column 5. Row 5, column 8. Ah, yes. There we go. Thank you. So that makes that yellow. That makes that green, which then, thank you, that was a good spot. So that's yellow and that's green. I was about to give up on coloring. You should never give up on coloring. So we've got all of those. Oh, I didn't know Mark had posted a video of a puzzle he failed to solve. I know there have been a lot of requests for people to do so. Let's see. 8 in box 3. Ah, yes. 8 in box 3 is exactly here. Thank you. So now... Oh, I was going to place it... I was going to talk about where 8 went in box 6, but that was not going to work. Let's see. How many 8s do I have? Not all of them, because one of them is there. So that's an 8. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's all of them. I don't know why it's suddenly not dimming the digits I've used. Do I not have that turned on or something? What on earth is dashed grid? Oh, if I want to do that. We're not going to do that, but that is a cool option that now exists. Mark solved digits is on. Oh, that's right. Mark solved digits requires that a solution code be embedded with the puzzle. I remember that. Okay. So it doesn't work because there's not a solution code embedded with it. Got it. Okay. So I have all the 8s. And therefore, I don't know what to do. Yellow in box 3 has been called. Let's see. Yellow in box 3. Ah, yellow in box 3. Yes, yellow in box 3 indeed. So this also gets to be orange just for free. So that's a 7, 9. So that's green. Thank you, chat. So that's yellow. Of course, that doesn't necessarily mean we figured out anything. There's yellow here. Now we can just continue doing that. Green is now here. Hey, Hey, Naverio, how are you? Green is down there somewhere. Yellow is in one of these two. Okay, so aside from the innies, we are good, I think. Let's see, there's a last even in box 4, I have been told. This cell is not even. That's a good spot, because this cell's not 2, a 4, 6, or 8. This cell's always odd, because it sees every even digit, which means this digit is even. So it's a 4 or a 6. Good spot to Todd there. So this is only a 3 or a 5, because those are the only odd digits that show up on lines. So that gives us a 3-5 pair in the row. So I guess I already knew one of these two was a 1, didn't I? Let's see. What about this one? Is this the same? This one doesn't see a 2. This one sees 4, 6, and 8. But this one could be 2, I think, is the difference. I might be coloring 4 6s in a minute. Just wait and see. Yeah, stupid 2. I do know there's a 1 in one of these two cells for whatever limited amount I can get out of that. Let's see. I know one of these is the green 7-9, but I don't think I know which one. There was a moment ago where Memerster said, oh, wait, that's huge, but then the puzzle is not done yet. So I think I may have missed the thing that was supposed to be huge. Okay, these digits have to be small. None of them can be 7, 8, or 9. Let's look at that. Okay. These digits are not... these digits are not 7, 8, 9, but one of these is 7, 8, 9. So what's the largest number I can make without 7, 8, and 9? The largest number I can make without 7, 8, and 9 is 11. No, it's 12, sorry. It's 6 and 6. If I made this 6 and 6, I could make this sum to 12. But 12 won't... Oh, sorry. I could make it sum to 12. So this is at most 6, but I guess I knew that from the 7, 8, 9 triple looking at it. Let's see. But for example, I know these can't be 1. Okay. Where is 1 in row 1 is a good question. 1 can't be in either circle, so 1 is on a line. In fact, 1 has to be on this line, right? There's no universe where 1 is on this line, right? Right? Maybe that's not true. But 1 is definitely on a line, because... Oh no, 1 could be in this circle, sorry. 1 could be in this circle. Right, I don't think there's a reason why 1 couldn't be in this circle, because these two could add to 7. That just can't be a 1. Alright, sorry, apologies as I confuse the zeta. Yeah, one of those is a yellow 7, 9. Okay, do I know the parity of this through some black magic? Yeah, there's already a 1 in box 2, I know that. But I want to know where the 1 in row 1 is going. So of course it's not going there. Oh, okay, sorry. So no. That does do something, right. It can't go here. No, it can't go here because of the box, and it can't go here because the sum of this is more than 7. So the 1 is in one of these two cells. I can say that. So the 1 is in one of those two cells, and so the 1 over here is in one of these two cells, for whatever that is worth. But Carl asks a very good question, which is, where is 6 in this row? It's not on the lines, we know, because of the aforementioned trick before. Let's see, but what if we put 6 over here? Is that the problem? Yeah, this can't be a 6 for sure, so none of those are 6. So one of these two is definitely 6, right, is the point? So one of these two is a 6. And so one of these two is a 6. Which gives us a Jovi wing on 6s between these two boxes, which means there's a 6. That does give us a Jovi wing on 6s. That's going to do it, because there's a 6 in one of these two. There's a 6 in one of these two. That means this isn't a 6. It's a 4. Which finally disambiguates the lines, because now that's a 6 and a 4, and now this line has to sum to 17. So that's a 9, and a 7, and a 7, and a 9, and a 7, and a 7, and a 9, and a 7, and a 7, and a 9, and a 7, and a 9, and a 9. I realize I could have used my coloring, but that was more gratifying. And another 7. No, a 9, not another 7. So now this one does not have a 6 there, for the record. So these are... So the one with a 6 is 1, 2, 3, 5. So these are 2, 3, and 5 to finish it off. This one is 8 and 7. That's the 4. So this one should be just 1, 2, 3, 5. That one I know is not a 1. This one is not 3 or 5 because there's a 3 and a 5 looking at it. So this is 1 or 2. Oh, there's also a 3-5 pair in the box if you are into that kind of thing. That was really cool. That 4 looks up and makes that a 6. So the 6 is not in the circle, which is what I was expecting, actually. So one of these two is a 6. Don't think I know which one yet. 6 in box 1 is just placed. Good spot. I think both Carl and Isabella pointed that one out. This cell sees every even. It sees 2, 4, 6, and 8, so it's odd. So it is 1, 3, or 5, we can say. This digit has to be at least 4. And it can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this digit has to be a 4 or a 5. Those are the only ways, because this number needs to be at least 10. So this is a 4 or a 5 only. And that gives me options for this cell, because this is either 6 plus 4, in which case that's a 1, or 6 plus 5, in which case this is a 2. Also, it's not a 1, because this one that I keep missing is here. So that is a 2 and a 5. The 2 is even. The 5 is less even. Also, I had pencil marked a 1 over there. All that good stuff. That's not a 5. That's a 2, 3. Okay, so the digits left in the row, I should be able to just write in and then fill it out. So there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, not 9. 1, 3, 4. So that's not a 1. That's not a 4. So 6 plus 1 would work. 6 plus 3 would not work. The fancy way is to add these all together and say that the thing I get is, the total I get is 14, and that's the same number twice, so the outies need to sum to 7, which is half of 14, so that's a 1. That's not a 1. If you want to do it the fancy, complicated way. That is orange. This is a none 1 orange. My favorite flavor of orange. let's see. The last oranges in here are 3 and a 5. For whatever that is worth. I can fill in this column. There's not a lot left to fill in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's gratuitously fancy, but I think it's cool enough and it's useful enough in other contexts that it is worth knowing. So now I fear we're about to know what the bedding tree is. So avert your eyes if you like. This is they are a 1 and a 6 go in here. Okay, we don't actually yet know what the bedding tree is, just that the bedding tree is a 1 or a 6. And so in the column, we're missing 3, 4, and 5. So this is a 3, 4, 5. It could still be an 8. There's always a chance. This can't be a 1, actually. I fear I am going to ruin rank 6 day here, because this can't be a 1. Because if this is a 1, the minimum these two sum to is 10, and this would have to be at least 9, but it can't be. So actually, this is even, and this is odd. Oops, sorry. So this is a 6. Okay, and so now we can ask ourselves for various options here, what would this need to be? So this can't be a 2 anymore, because if this were a 2, these would sum to 10, and this would need to be a 4, but the box already has a 4. So this is odd, in fact, which makes this a nice even 2. Makes this not 2, or in the corner, it's orange. This now is the 2. So we've got that going on. So now if this is 8 and 3, this would need to be a 5. If this is 8 and 5, that's 13. This would need to be a 7. So this is always a 5 or a 7. Which unsurprisingly means I know it's parity. This digit I also know it's parity. It's odd. So let's see. What about... So one of these two is always a 5 if I want to use sort of sillily complicated stuff. So none of these are a 5, and that's not a 5 either. See. Directionary asks about 1 in row 9. So what if the 1 is on the arrow? Then the maximum this arrow sums to is 1 plus 7, which would be 8. That's not enough. So great spot from directionary. The 1 in this row has to go here, otherwise this arrow can't fall fast enough. So these two need to add to 9 without being 1, 8, 4, 5, 3, 6. So they have to be 2, 7, and I know the order because of that 7. So this is the 2, that's the 7, and is green. So we're going to get to do some more coloring while we're at it. So that is yellow and green. And so that is now the location of the yellow in the box. So that is a 9 and a 9 and a 7 and a 7 and a 5 and a 3. All go in. This is a 2, as we have previously stated. This is an even digit that's not 2, 4, or 8, so this is a 6. So this is less 6 and 1 than it has previously been. So the 1 in this box is actually now placed here. And the 2 in this column is now placed here. This digit is probably known because of the pointing octuple. This digit is an orange 1. Let's see. What is the pointing octuple? telling me that this digit is. It is a 2. Let's see. These digits, I should know what they are. 2, 3, 4 is what they are. Do I actually really not know the order of the 3 and the 4? Apparently not. But that gives me another pointing octuple, so I guess I should be happy. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 6, so it's even in particular. So one of these two is a 4, and it's that one. So that's 4. And that's the last even for the box, so that's odd. And therefore is a 3 or a 5. This is an odd digit that is not 3, 5, 7, or 9, so it's a 1. I've got all the odds for the rows, so this is even. And it's a 6, which makes that a 4 and a 6, which finally resolves the 3 and the 5. That's awesome. I should have colored the 3s and 5s. I don't know why I didn't. So I don't think it would have helped in any way, shape, or form, but think how much fun it could have been. And think how many things chat could have found to extend the coloring by just a little bit more. That would have been cool. Alas. Okay, we better finish our coloring before things get out of hand. So this digit is blue. So that's the last blue for the row. So this digit is orange. There's all the oranges, sorry, all the blues in box 1. So this digit is orange. There are all the blues in this box. So this digit is orange. These are a blue-orange pair. But the blue goes up here, so this is orange, and that's blue. This cell I see is blue through magic. This is orange, and we finished our coloring mostly. Do we have all our yellows? We have all our yellows. Do we have all of our greens? We have all of our greens. Okay, we are prepared to fill in digits, I think. So this is a 4. Still be careful not to spoil what the betting tree is for anyone who hasn't calculated it yet. This is a 5 and a 3. Hopefully these add up. They do. This is a 4 and a 3. This is a 4 and a 5. That's a 5. This is a 3. And the betting tree is a 1. There we go. Excellent, excellent. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. And the group of all of us, including Tallcat, was faster than Tallcat when Tallcat solved it. So that's something. There's a lot of cool stuff. I think that my favorite observation there was, I think it was J40's observation, that these had to have the same parity, the sum of these 3, and so together with the even squares, that meant that this had to be odd. That was very cool and very subtle, but I really liked it. Also, I should say, Zach is very proud of you if you bet 1, especially if you've bet 2 puzzles in a row, and you have now done this. Wait until Tallcat and I are solving our own puzzles on stream on Friday, and then you will see what level Tallcat and I can be dragged down to. We'll see if, especially since not only are they our puzzles, we also tested each other's puzzles. So when we're solving them and making mistakes, it will be especially amusing. I think Tallcat's puzzle in the app that CTC put out might be my favorite Tallcat puzzle ever. But Doppelt is hard to beat, but it's amazing. I'm looking forward to the Fortress Whisper one. I have not done it yet, but I'm looking forward to it. In fact, I might pull that up now, actually, now that you mention it. I'll have a look. Because I realize if I'm going to be doing my next 2 streams with Tallcat, I probably won't be able to do the Tallcat puzzle, and then Simon will have done the puzzle before I get to it, and then I will have no strength of will, and I will watch Simon solve the puzzle, and then I won't be able to solve it on stream. It will be Rorschach all over again. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with what sounds like a Fortress Whispers Tallcat puzzle. Be right back. Alrighty, next up we have the fresh off the presses, apparently, Bounds of Luck by Tallcat. Sorry, let me move. I think you came in at a good time, afraid not. You came in for finding this puzzle that apparently is very good. People were very positive about it. So we have two flavors of clues in this puzzle. We have min-max clues, and we have the German whispers. So the German whispers, the way they work is digits that are next to each other along a green line have to differ by at least 5. And then these are either these cells are bigger than everything around them, these cells are less than everything around them. And now these symbols are garbage, so immediately we're going to fix this. So the big ones, we're going to put a circle in. So the circles are bigger than everything, and the X's are smaller than everything. I think this variant would be 1,000 times more popular if the symbols that were used for maxes and mins did not look identical to each other. But anyway, I was immediately like, oh, I can color them, because usually I would say I'm coloring one high and one low or whatever, but I cannot do that here. So we're going to X them, and the reason I can't do that here, of course, is because we're obligated to color high and lows in the grid. Okay, but starting observation. And so this is the secret that someone tells you when you first start German Whispers, is that there are two kinds of numbers in the world. There's the 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of numbers, and the 6, 7, 8, 9 kind of numbers, usually called the low and the high numbers. Low is LOW if you're referring to 1, 2, 3, 4, or LO if you're referring only to 1, 2, 3, if you are interested. So we have the low and the high numbers, and along a green line, you always have to bounce back and forth between the low numbers, which we'll put in blue, and the high numbers, which we'll put in orange. Which might, in conjunction with the last puzzle, make you wonder what the secret link between being low and being even is, and being high and being odd, but we'll leave that a mystery. But the reason why that's interesting is because at all of these little junctions, there's both a high and a low number, which means, for example, one of these numbers is at least a 6. So this number that's bigger than both of them, it has to be from 7, 8, 9. And one of these is at most a 4, and so it's got to be from 1, 2, 3. And so in particular, I can color that this is blue and this is orange. And I can do the same thing around here, and then we're going to go back and we're going to see that actually we can do even better once we think about what it would actually mean if there was a 4 here. And so we're going to do that in a second, but let's do the easy part first. So for the same reason, this is next to a low digit, so it has to be a 1, 2, 3. This is next to a high digit, so it has to be a 7, 8, 9. And likewise, this is next to a high digit, so it has to be a 7, 8, 9. This is next to a low digit, so it has to be 1, 2, 3. And these are both next to low digits, so they both have to be 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now we can ask about what happens if actually there is a 4 on this line. And so if there actually is a 4 on this line, then the only thing a 4 can go next to on a whisper line is a 9. But I can't put a 9 in either of these cells, because if I put a 9 on either of these cells, then I'm going to make this unfillable. So actually, because I can't put a 4 here, I actually can't put a 3 here. And that same logic goes for there and for there. Now, what about the other way? What if I put a 6 on here? If I put a 6 on here, the only thing 6 goes with is 1, and I absolutely cannot put a 1 next to a min clue. So there can't be a 6 either, which means that these digits can't be 7 because they have to be bigger than the high digit. So these are at least 8 or 9, and these are 1 or 2 at most. And so I could do something like... so the thing I can't do that's really interesting is I can't make this a 2 and this an 8. Because if I make this a 2 and this an 8... Let's see, can I change the color of the X's to be something that is simultaneously suggestive of min, but also... also not overlapping with the pencil marks? What if I do that for the mins? Will that make life better for you, Chameleon? I'm not going to do it for these because they don't have center marks yet, but I will get there. So we've got that. And now this one I want to think about more because I think I could put a 4 on here. If I put a 4 on here, I would put 2 9s surrounding it. It would be flanked by 4s. But the 9s are fine. The 9s are perfectly allowed to be on this as far as I am able to determine it. Okay, but here's an observation. All the lows in this row are gone. Because... so there is a 4 on a line in this row, because there's definitely a low in one of these, and there's a low in one of these. So actually, there is a 4 on one of these 2 lines, because there needs to be a 4 somewhere. And so there's a 9 on one of these lines, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Okay, so what do I want to make of the fact that there's a 4 and a 9 on one of these? So let's see. Is that going to do anything? I'm being told I can place the 4. The 4 I know can't go here, at least, for reasons we've already said. Could the 4 go here? If the 4 is here... No, right, the 4 can't go here either, for the reason we went over earlier. If this is a 4, it makes that a 9, which breaks the max clue. So the 4 is over here with a 9. Sorry, the 4 is over here with a 9. So these are a 4-9 pair. And so if that's the 4, these are both 9. If that's the 4, only that has to be 9. I suspect these are both 9 universe is going to break for the reason that I was trying to articulate before I got distracted looking at this, which is that if you look at this, it's actually not possible to make both of these the sort of the inner one. I can't do 2 and 8. Because if I can't do 2 and 8, because then these would need to be 3, 7, and those are too close together. So, because these can't be 2 or 8, one of them is always 1 or 9. There's always a 1 or a 9 in one of these cells. So that is interesting. Let's see, what is chat talking about? Pointing 9s in row 7. 9s used up in row 7 and 8. So either the 4 is here, in which case these are... right, okay. I had not thought through this one step further. Either the 4 is here, in which case both of these are 9, or the 4 is here, in which case both of these are 9. So the point is, this digit is an 8, because it sees an 8. And so that's going to give us more digits immediately. But either way, the 4 here actually puts 2 9s around it, which knock out the possibility for this to be a 9. So we get to do another 8 dance. 8 dance. Woo-hoo. 8 dance. Woo! 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 Wow! 8 dance. I didn't actually fill in the 8 before we did the 8 dance. But now, for the reason that I just articulated, this can't be a 2. Because if this was a 2, then these would need to be 3, 7, and those are too close together. So this is actually a 1. And so now these have to be 2, 7. It's the only thing that they can actually be. That's not a 1. In order for this to work. So those are a 2, 7 pair. Which is interesting. Okay, and the same thing is the same thing true over here? Either I have a 4 here, in which case I put a 9 here and here, or I have a 4 here and just put a 9 here and here. Does it break if that's a 9? I don't think it does immediately. Right. I should think about 4s in column 2, because I thought about 4s in row 8. I also need to think about 4 in column 2. Where is 4 in column 2 going to live? Granted that there's 2 evens here, neither of them can be 4, and there's 2 evens here. So can this be the 4? I guess is question number 1. If this is the 4, that would be the 4, which would make that 9, and that 9, which annoyingly all seems okay. Right, but I could never put a 4 here. I know that much. What about here? Right, I can't put a 4 here either, because if I put a 4 here, it puts a 9 there, which is then next to a max clue, which doesn't work. So there's always a 4 on this line, so this is also a 4, 9. Is the upshot of all of that. So these are a 4, 9. Which now means there's 2 4s on this this string, interestingly. For whatever that is worth. There's a 1, 2, or a 3 on here. This is a digit. Don't think I know much about what that digit is. Okay, is there anywhere I can think about 6s meaningfully? I don't think row 3, column 3 is also an 8. Because I don't... It's not true that no matter which of these is 4, I always get a 9 in column 3. If that's 4, I don't get a 9 in column 3. Okay, so people want to look at what this can be. If it's low... if it's low, it has to be a 2. Because it can't possibly be a 3. Because it would be next to a 7 if it were low. Got it, okay. So the point is I can't put a 3 here, and so the 3 has to go here. And then this could be high, and then who cares what it is. 7, 8, or 9. Not 9, because there's a 9 over there. But the point is, there's definitely a 2 on here. And because there's a 2 on here, this can't be 2. So this is a 3. So that's not a 3. And that at least approximately nails down all of our digits here. Very approximately, but it does. Okay, so what about this line now? This digit can't be a 1, a 3, or a 4. So if this digit is low, it's exactly 2. Otherwise, it's high. Interestingly, if this is 2, it makes both of these 1. See you next time, One-Eyed Man. I hope you have a good night or morning or whatever time it is. Okay, so there's no 9. Okay, so what are these digits? Okay. There's no 3, there's no 9, there's no 4. And I was just trying to argue that, well, there's no 5 because the thingy. I was just trying to argue. What was I arguing? I can't put a 1 here for sure. So yeah, so one of these two is a 1. Does the fact that one of these two is a 1 tell me anything? I don't think so. Let's see. If this is a 7, does anything interesting happen? If this is a 7, this is a 2. 3 is interesting in column 8. Okay, so I can never put a 3 here. 4, 5, 6 triple is the point I can't put 4 or 6. Okay, so where do 4, 5, and 6 go? Not in those cells. If this was a 4 or a 6, it would break the fortress. If this was a 4 or a 6, it would break the fortress. This can't be a 4 or a 6 just by what it's next to. Okay, so these are a 4, 5, 6 triple, is, I think, Isabella's point from a while ago. It's just a hidden triple. I need to put all of those here. So this digit is a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. It's not an 8. And so now the question is, where is the 3? And so the 3 definitely goes on this whisper, is Dictionary's point. Because the 3 can't go here, because you can never put a 3 next to a 2 or a 7. And so if there's a 3 here, that means that these digits are from 3, 8, 9, which provides a triple with that 8, 9. And so now this digit can only be the last 2, 7. So this digit is always a 2 or a 7, which is upsetting, but what are you going to do? This could never be a 9, let's remember, because a 9 there would break that cell. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. I think I'm not being Tallcatty enough. Let's see. So 9, 3, 8, 3. I don't see it yet. I can continue the good lifting, though, because I can go here and say that if this was a 3, then this would have to be an 8. Ah, that's the problem. There's an 8 down there. That 8 was hiding. That's no fair, Tallcat. If this is a 3, this digit has to be an 8, and it can't be because of this invisible 8. So this is not a 3, it is an 8. Which makes that the 3. Makes that the 9. Makes that a 9. It was a very, very, very secret 8. More secret than most 8s, I would say. So this is orange, and that's blue. This is not 8. It is a 2 or a 7. Let's see. So I should probably write down what can be next to a 2 and what can be next to a 7. If this is a 2, then it goes next to a 7 or an 8. Oh, let's do this first. That puts a 4 down here. That's going to sort that all out. So these are both going to be 9s. That's going to be a 4. So 9, 9, 4. That'll maybe make life easier. Maybe, possibly, probably not. So this cell is a 2 or a 3, I know. So this cell is not a 6, so it is a 7 or an 8. This cell, if it's high, is a 7 or an 8. And if it is low, it is a 1 or a 2. 1, 2, 7, 8. We've got a lot of 1, 2, 7, 8 business going around. I don't think I know that this one isn't a 6, unfortunately, which is going to make life a little bit more complicated. Oh, right, this can't be a 1 because it's next to that. Right, okay, so this can't be 6 because of that can't be 1 because it would be next to a min, which would then be a 2, and that's no good. So now this, if it's high, it's 7 or 8. And if it's low, it's 1 or 2. If it's low, could it be 3? It could be 3, actually. So the low digit here is always a 2, is Chameleon's point. And since the low digit here is always a 2, this is a 1. You don't even have to think about fortress stuff to think about that, if you don't want to. And one of these is a 2 now. And right, this is a 2, 3, 7, 8 triple, so that makes these another 4, 5, 6, I believe. And so the 3 has to be next to the 8, so the 7 has to be next to a 2. Really, I said that backwards. Well, no, I guess the way I said it is fine. It works either way. It works equally well, I believe. I mean, this digit I know is low. I might as well mark that it's low. It's 1, 2, 3. It's not a 1, sorry. It's 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. It's not a 1 because of that min there. This is a less than. So if this is high... No, if this is low, what is it? If this is low, it has to be a 2 or a 3. It can't be a 3. So if this is low, it's exactly a 2. Is that true? Because it can't be a 4. It can't be a 3. And it can't be a 1, right? If this is low, it's exactly a 2. So there's always a 2 in one of these two cells, is what you're telling me. And if this is high, it can be a 7 or an 8. So there's always a 2 here. There's always a 2 here. That's a Jovi wing on 2s. That makes this a 1. Now, this can't be a 2 anymore, because that's a 1. And so now, now this is high. And so I can percolate the highs up the chain, percolate the blues down the chain. So this is now not the 2. That's the 2, that's the 2. We'll look at Carl's point in a second. That's not a 2 or a 3. That is a 3. So that's an 8, and that's a 7. So we got lots of goodies out of that. This digit is less than a 7 or an 8, which is not, in fact, a difficult feat to accomplish. Oh, I already got it. Excellent, excellent. So this digit seems not to be able to be an 8 anymore. So that's now a 2-7 pair. Okay, so this is like 2-7 pairs all the way down. So if this is high, it's a 7, because it's not an 8 or a 9 or a 6. If this is low, then I think it's going to have to be a 2, isn't it? Because it can't be a 4. Could it be a 3? No, it can't be a 3, because it would be next to a 7. So yeah, so this is a 2-7 as well. So that means this isn't a 2, it's a 3 or a 4. I feel Tallcat puts too many 2-7s into his puzzles. These digits are a 5, 6, 8 triple. This is less than 5, 6, or 8. So it's at most 7. It's not a 1 or a 4. I don't think this can be a 3, because if this was a 3... No, I think this can be a 3, sorry. If this was a 7, I would need to make these... I would need a 9 around it in the box, and I can't have one, so this can't be a 7. See, if this were a 6, I would need these to be 7, 8, 9. I can't have that either. So this is 3 or 5. If this were a 5, I would need these to be 6, 7, 8 exactly. That seems plausible to me. And if this were a 3, then it could be anything. Okay, that was maybe not as useful as I had fantasized about. Is it possible this is 5? I'm pretty sure it's not. If this was a 5, I would have to have these be 1, 2, 4 exactly. These can't... Oh, they could be 1, 2, 4, couldn't they? These are 1, 2, 4. That would be 7, 2, 7, 2, 7. I think these could be 1, 2, 4, annoyingly. Let's see. Chad is asking about 2 and 7 in box 7. So I guess the 2 and the 7 in box 7 are down here, right, because of this Jovi wing on 2 7s. And that's not a 2, so that's a 7. And a 2. Very good spot to chat, which makes that an 8. Which makes that not an 8. Now there's a 7 over here somewhere. Oh, we didn't ever have a betting tree. Let's make that the betting tree. We'll pretend we had it there the whole time. Don't tell anyone. So now I think the fact that the 7 is now over here, I think is now going to break this being a 5. Because if this is a 5, I would need these to be from 6, 7, 8, 9. And 6, 7, 8, 9 is too many high digits, given that these can't be 9 or 7. So this is not a 5, it's a 3. So this gets to be blue. So these digits are all bigger than 3. So the 1 and the 2... Oh, sorry, the 2 in the box is over there. The 1 in the box is over... I guess I already knew the 1 in the box is over there. So maybe this is not exciting. These can only be low if they're a 1-4 pair, which would require this to be a 9. But unfortunately, that seems within the realm of possibility to me. I know there's an 8 over here somewhere, for whatever that is worth. Oh, column 3 only has 2 digits in it. I probably should fill them in. That's a good point. They are 5 and 6, which is going to give me a triple over here if I look closely. Thank you to more crabs. Let's see, these are 1, 2, no, not 1, 2, 1, 7, and 9 is what they are. Oh, can I adjust the color on the box foreman? I can. Now that it has an official color, it can be like that. There you go. Let's see. Should I start coloring 5/6s recreationally? I mean, it sounds like something I would do. This digit is bigger than 3, so oops. So this is a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, and it's not a 7 or 9, just for the record. I'm not going to fill in the candidates that are bigger than 1. Let's see. This one is still a little bit interesting. Like, it has the potential, at least, to be interesting. Okay, so if these are low, they're 1 and 4, and that's a 9. If these are high... if this is high, it's a 6. Right. So if this is high, it's a 6, because it's the only high digit it can be. So this digit can only be 1 or 9. Depending on whether these are low or high. So this digit's always a 1 or a 9. I don't know what to do with that yet, but it's I'm tucking it away for future zeta. So this is either a 6 if it's low, or a 1 or a 4 if it's high. I said that backwards. This is either a 6 if it's high, or a 1 or 4 if it's low. I don't know that that really does anything. So there's always a 1 in one of these two cells. Or sorry, there's always a 1 in one of these 3 cells, is one of the takeaways. Because either these are low, in which case they're a 1, 4, or they're high, in which case that's a 1. So there's always a 1 in one of these cells for whatever that is worth. And likewise with 9, right? There's always a 1 and a 9 in these cells. That one's not the 9. So if this is high, why can't this be a 7, Isabella? What am I missing? Pointing 7s from box... yes, pointing 7s from box 8. Yes, there we go. So yes, so if this... So this cell is never a 7 or an 8. And the 6 in the box would have to go there. So this is only from 9 if it's high. It's the only thing it can be. Missed the pointing 7. And if this is low, then it's got to be from 1, 4. So this is indeed from 149, exactly as Isabella says. The mysterious 2-7 column, or 2-7 pair in the column. Let's see. Okay. I have to put 9 in this column. 9 could go... I guess I know that one of these two is a 9. I'm trying to look at what happens with big numbers around this thing. Like, the 9 can only go in one of these two cells, ultimately. The 7, unfortunately, could go there. The 8's already placed, unfortunately. I'm going to fill in these digits because I'm hoping that a Sudoku happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are from 5, 6, 8. I guess I know this cell's also from 5, 6, 8. Oh, it's not an 8, for what it's worth. That one's not an 8 either. No, sorry. I was about to try and place the 1 in this box, but there's already a 1 in this box. 2 in box 5 looks at box 6, I am told. Ah, so the 2 in box 5 I know is in one of these 2 cells. Very nice, Medi. So the 2 can't be here because the 2-7 pair. So one of these 2 cells is a 2, which means that that is in fact a 7, that's a 7, and that's a 7. And these are 2s. And that's no longer allowed to be a 7. That's no longer allowed to be a 7. It's the 8's over there. Yeah, so we can place a bunch more 7s. Might as well place the bunch more 7s. So the 7 here, do I not quite have... Oh, I'm missing... I know there's a 7 in one of those 2 cells. Ah, but then I know there's a 7, so the 7 is the bedding tree, right? So this is a 7, because it's the only place for 7 in the box, which then means that's not a 7, so that's a 7. And so that's all of our 7s. Row 5, column 6 is restricted, I'm being told. Oops. Oops. It's not 2 or 3 or 7 or 8. It's not 1 or 9, because I know there's a 1 and a 9 on there always. So this is a 4, 5, 6. Ah, right. So that gives us a 4, 5, 6 triple in the row. Hey, Learn More. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Well, welcome. Feel free to hang out and enjoy the puzzles. And feel free to spot things or say things if you spot them. So that's going to give us the 8 and the 9 in the row. Tallcat's going to make me cry, because I'm going to have to write a 9 in a max cell, and you know how much I loathe doing that. So that's the 9, that's the 8, which is now going to sort out the low there and the highs in those 2 cells. That's a 1. This is a 6. It is not on LMD yet, but everyone in chat was talking about it, so I figured I might as well do it. Tallcat, I think, might have been gone while everyone was spontaneously, for no reason, talking about how good this puzzle was. So much so that I decided to do it. So good job, Tallcat, that you inspired, even amidst all of the cacophony of puzzles that exist. You inspired people to talk about one of yours. That I then had to, like, beg people to tell me how to actually get to, because I didn't see it. This is a 2. Well, you can go back and read the chat. You'll enjoy it. This is a 9. Oops. That's not the color that 9s are. Let's be careful to the 9. Even though this 9 betrayed me. Let's see. So probably I can do more with my life if I try very hard. Let's see. So what is left in this row? A 1, which has to go there, which makes that a 2. These are from 2, 3, 5, 6. That one's not 2 or 6. That one's not 6. That one's not 6. So what you're telling me is that one is 6, and I should have seen that to start with. That's what you're telling me. So that's a 5. This gets to be blue, narrowly avoiding the worse fate. That is a 6. It's not a 6. That is a 5. So this gets to be upgraded to orange. This gets to be D pencil marked as 5. Let's see. These digits are a 4 and a 5. That is somehow resolved to be a 4. Which means that this is resolved to be a 5. which means that this gets to be orange. I love seeing the digits sweat about whether they're going to end up being 5s or not. That is orange. That is a 5. Sorry, little fella. So that's a 4 and a 5. That is a 5. Let's see. This is the 4 for the box. This is the 3 for the box. This is the 1 for the column. This is the 6 for the column. That is the 8, and the 6, and the 5, and the 8, and the 5, and the 4. I expected that there would be at least one surprise fortress, but there were no surprise fortresses, unless I suppose you count the 3. All of the fortresses were the sort of tiny numbers that you expect to be, or giant numbers that you expect to be in fortresses. See, this digit sees all the high digits, and 5, so this digit is low. And is a 3, because 3 is the only low digit that it does not see. This digit is a 4 or a 6, and somehow I don't know which. This digit sees every high, so it's low. It sees every high and 5, I should specify. This digit sees every high and 5, so it's low. This is 1 or 3. And I still don't know which one. This one is 1 or 2, and I still don't know which one. Actually, I should fill in this triple. That's probably the easier way to go about this than looking for cells that see everything. The surprise was there was no surprise fortress. The surprise was the friends we made along the way. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So the point is, this is a 1. And so that's a 2. And so this is a 9. And so this is a 2. This is a 2, because there's a 3-5 pair around it that you might not have noticed if you were me. Let's see. So this digit I probably know the color of at the very least. That's orange. Do I know the coloring down here? Well, I need 2 more blue, or sorry, I need 1 more blue in the row. Yeah, so I guess I know one of these is a 3, and I don't know which one yet. What are these digits? I probably should fill them in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This isn't 4 or 6. This isn't 5. This isn't 4. What about this digit? I probably know what it is, right? That's got to be what odd digit is left. 6 is the odd digit that's left, as it would happen. So that is 4, and that is 3. That is 5 and 6, and 3 and 5, and 1. That is low and high. Let's see. The betting tree is going to work out to be high. Let's not miss that. That's going to work out to be high. That's going to work out to be low. And we are done our coloring, and we can sort of finish all of these things. So that 4 looks over there. The 6 and the 4. That is an 8 and a 3. And the betting tree worked out, after great mystery, to be a 7. Very cool puzzle. I enjoyed that. I now want to like see one of the ones where these fortresses turn out to be something like a 4 or a 5 or whatever. You can do the 3D wave particles where you say that the mins and maxes are a disjoint set, and then force people to do that. That could be fun. Alrighty. Last up for the day, I have someone promised a quick but surprising 4x4 puzzle. So I'm going to pull up this quick but surprising 4x4 puzzle. But I have no idea what it's going to be, so I guess it will be a surprise. I'll be right back. Alrighty, and we are back with a 4x4 called Double Trouble by Pep9. So normal 4x4 Sudoku rules apply. We have a between line. So normal 4x4 Sudoku rules, by the way, is just saying I need to put the digits 1 through 4 in every row, column, and box. Along the thermometer, digits increase. So that's the smallest digit, that's the bigger digit. These 3 digits need to be between those 2 digits. 4 cells in the grid are doublers, 1 in each row, column, and 4x4 box. So for purposes of all constraints, digits on the doublers count as double their value. And each digit from 1 to 4 appears on a doubler exactly once. Okay. So let's have a look at this. So there's either a 1 or a 4 on this between line, like actually on the line. And I should not be able to put a 1 or a 4 on the line. If I put a 1 on the line, what I have to do... so if I put a 1 on the line, the only place I can put it is here. Because if I put a 1 on the line, I have to double it. And so I would have to put a 1 here doubled and a 1 here in this circle. So if 1 is doubled on this line, then it's here. So I guess what we're saying is there's always a 1 in one of these 2 cells, right? If I put a 1 in one of these 2 cells, right. I guess the other way is if I put a 1 in one of these 2 cells, then neither circle can be 1. And if neither circle can be 1, then I definitely am not putting a 1 on this line down here. The 4 cage, I should point out, the only digits that can go in it are 1, 2, 3. So there's definitely a 4 over here. Note, double 1 and 2 would be a way to make 4. So there could be a doubler in here, but there's definitely a 4 over here, which means that there's a 4 over here. Although, if the 4 is on the line, it means this has to be a double 3. Exactly. Oh, no, that could be the double 3. Right. Good point from Ambrose. The 4 cage always has a 1 in it. I can't do a double 2 and a 3, for example. The parity would be wrong. So I always need a 1. And so there is a 1 over in one of these 2 cells. And the 1 can't be here. Because if the 1 is here, it would have to be doubled, but I'd need a 1 in a circle, and I can't have it. So that's not a 1, and this is a 1, and we get to have our digit dance. Zach's first digit dance for a 4x4. He's excited. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So that's the 1. So that's not the 1. And so that's a 1. Sorry, this is a 1. So we do get the topsy-turvy-esque doubled 1 living on a between line. So this will be doubled. And so these are all non-doubled digits. The 1 is not doubled in the 4 cage. And so the 4 cage is not a 1-2 cage. It is a 1-3 cage. And therefore it has no doublers. So these are gray. So this cell is doubled. So this cell is not doubled. And these are a 2 and a 4. And we've got that. So these digits are a 2, 3, 4. That one I know is not a 4. This is an undoubled digit. So if this were a 2 or a 3, I would be putting a 4 on the line without doubling it. So this actually has to be the 4. So that's the doubled 4. And so this is a 2-3 pair, but the 2-4 pair resolves it. So that's a 3 and a 2. And so these digits are a 2-3 pair. There is an undoubled 1 on this thermometer. So the undoubled 1 on the thermometer must go at the bottom, which makes this a 3 and a 1. That cell is doubled, which means that cell is doubled and that cell is not doubled. This cell is a 2 or a 3, of course. This cell is a doubler, so it's not a 4. That's the point. So this is a 2, and that's a 3, and a 2 and a 3, and a 4, and a 2 and a 4. And there we go. That was very cute and very interesting. I liked that a lot. There were a surprising number of deductions in there for a 4x4 puzzle. Alrighty. Well, I've got a little more time, so I can dig up another quick puzzle. Let me be right back, and I'll be back with another quick puzzle. All right, let's do this pulverizing pancake killer. Digits in the cages have the indicated sum. They all look like an R, which is why the puzzle is called R, I presume. And you can't repeat digits in cages. So some of these are given. So the 6 cage has to be 1, 2, 3. The 7 cage has to be 1, 2, 4. Which means we get a digit here, because this can't be 1, 2, or 3, but it has to be 1, 2, or 4, so it has to be a 4. And so we get our little Zack doesn't like the 4 dance because it's supposed to be a tap dance, but he struggles to tap dance with his little feet. But he does his best. Okay, these are not 4. They are 1, 2s. Let's see. This 8 definitely needs to have 2 1, 2, 3s, because the ways to make 8 are 1, 2, 5 and 1, 3, 4. But I can only have one of those 1, 2, 3s here. So there's always a 1, 2, 3 here. And once I know that this has to be a 1, 2, 3, I know that this 8 cage can't be a 1, 3, 4 cage. It has to be a 1, 2, 5 cage. And now that tells me that this is a 1, 2, 5 triple, which makes that a 3. It means these aren't 3. This isn't 3, by the way. So we get that string. So these digits are at least 3, 4. And so these are from 3, 4, 5. Because 3, 6 is already too big. So these are from 3, 4, 5, and definitely include a 3, which mean that this digit is only a 1 or a 2, no matter what happens. There's already a 5. Oh, right, there's already a 5. That's very helpful. Hey, Pulverizing Pancake, how are you doing? Right, the 5 in this 8 cage is over here, as Math Pesto points out, so there is no 5 here, which means that these have to be 3, 4, which means that that's a 2, which is lovely. So if I don't put a 1 in this cage, I'm toast, because if I don't put a 1 in, I can't put a 2 in. So this would have to be a minimum of 3, 4, 5, which is 1 more than 11. So there has to be a 1 in this cage. It's over here. And then I need a 1, and I need 2 digits that add to 10. So I'm either going to do 3, 7 or 4, 6. I don't think I know which yet, although it would not shock me, I'll be honest, if it turned out that I do know. I do think I need to be coloring 1, 2s, because I don't know, maybe I am wrong, but I'm going to assume that I'm going to have to. So one of the 1, 2s is the yellow 1, 2. One of them is the blue 1, 2. Why did I think that was going to help? I really thought it was going to help somehow. I don't know why I thought it was going to help. What about this column? What is left in the column? These are 6, 7, 8, and 9. So the minimum here is 6 and 7, which would be 13, which would require this to be a 4. But this number can't be bigger than, or sorry, can't be less. It can't be a 1 or a 2. So this is always a 3 or a 4. These can be 6, 7, or they could be 6, 8, going with a 3 or a 4. There's always a 6 in these 2 digits, though, so that's not a 6 and that's not a 6. Let's see. 5 is placed in this box, because remember, this cage contains a 1 and 2 digits that add to 10. So those 2 digits cannot be 5 and 5. So that's a 5. I feel proud for spotting that one. So there's a 5 up here somewhere, which I can't imagine is relevant. This digit is definitely a 6, 7, 8, or 9. Because I need another 6, 7... No, sorry, the 6, 7, 8, or 9 is here. This is not a 6, 7, 8, or 9. This is, what is this? This is the digit that's not in the 11 cage and not in the 17 cage. Oh, the 11 cage. The 11 cage is fixed now, because the point was I need 2 digits that add to 10, and before I could use 4, 6, but now I can't, because there's definitely a 6 over here. So now I can only use 3, 7. So this is now 1, 3, 7. That's not the 1. And so that tells me there's no 7 over here. 6 and 9 would be too big, so these have to be 6 and 8. Those aren't 8. And 6 and 8 add to 14, which means this needs to be a 3. And this digit, the 137 contains a 7, so that's a 9 and a 7. And I probably know what this is. It's a... I was going to put a second 2 there, but it didn't look as good in my mind as it did originally. It's a 4. So that's a 3 and a 4. And so now that's a 7. Right. So Carl points out, now 1, 2, and 3, look at this. So this is minimum 4, 5. But 4, 5 is 9. So in fact, that's a 1. This is a 4, 5. So yellow is 2. Blue is 1. I probably don't need these colors. I might get to color another digit, though. So those of you who are fans of coloring, don't despair. There is still likely to be coloring. These are, let's see, if these don't include a 3, Then they're minimum 6, 7, which is already too big before I even talk about this number. So there's definitely a 3 in here. So there's a 3 up there. So they could be 3, 6, in which case this would need to be a 3. Or they could be 3, 7, in which case this would need to be a 2. Those are the options. This is 3, 6, or 3, 7. This is 2 or 3. No. They can't be 3, 6 with a 3. That's too many 3s. 3, 6 with a 3 is 2 3s, and I can't repeat digits in a cage. So it's not 3, 6. It is 3, 7 with a 2. 3, 6, 3 is a wee bit sus. I will grant you. So now these 3 digits are something, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9 is what these are. This 13 cage now can have neither a 1 nor a 2. So the minimum it can be is 3, 4, 5, which is 12. So it has to be exactly 3, 4, 6. It's the only way that will work. So this digit is not a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6. Or 5, actually. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. It sees all of those digits. So this digit's a 7, 8, or a 9, for whatever that is worth. Probably very little. It's being suggested that I pencil mark that is 6, 7, 8, 9, and pencil mark that these are 5, 6, 8, 9. Let's see. Five is hidden in this row for whatever ridiculous reason. I don't know. So this could be anything, but that's definitely the 5. So there's a 5 in the column. I'm being told that one of these 16 cages doesn't have 1, 2, or 3. Right. No 1s. No 2s. And let's see. No 3 there. How do I know there's no... Oh, no 3 there because of that. Okay, so no 1, 2s, and 3s. So this is 4, 5, 7. I did spot the invisible 7, which is amazing. It's not usually my skill to spot an invisible given, but this time it did not get away from me. So that 5, 7 sorts out the 2 and the 5 over there. The 5, 7 also removes 7 as a candidate from that cell. These digits are... well, I'm going to note there's definitely a 4 in these 2 cells just by Sudoku, so that's never a 4. Let's do that first. Before I go pencil marking a bajillion things. These are 3, 4... No, not 4. Not 5. 6, not 7. 8, and 9. It's not a 3. Okay, that was not as exciting as I had fantasized about. There is a 1 down here, which is pretty interesting. There's a 2 over here. Well, it doesn't go with the 1, for whatever that is worth. These digits, actually, I can just write in what these digits are. They are 1, 2, 3, not 2, 3, 4, or 5, 6, not 7, and 8 or 9. So I did not write in the 1 somehow. So I can think about this in terms of this 15 cage. So the 9 can never be here, because if the 9 is here, then at least I do 9 and 1, which would require a 5, which I can't have for a skadzillion reasons. Or I do 9 and 6, in which case it's already too big. So no 9 there. Interestingly, there's always a 1 in this cage, because either there's a 1 up here, in which case Oh, in fact, this cage just is 168 is the point, because if I use 2 of 1, 6, and 8 to make 15, then I always have to use the last of 1, 6, and 8 to make 15, because whichever ones I use, the 6 and 8 are the digits that are left over. Let's see. If this was a 9, I would need this to be 2, 3, which looks fine. Yeah, I don't see anything super exciting about that one, if I'm being completely honest. I know this digit can't be a 1, 6, or 8. Does that tell me anything exciting? Let's see, Garion suggests 7 in column 4. 7 in column 4. I will do 7 in column 4. Thank you, Garion. This is a 6, 8, or 9 to finish up the column. Let's see. Can I have a 1 in my 18 cage? It would need to go with an 8 and a 9. Is there a reason a 1 can't go with an 8 and a 9 here? Not that I see. I know there's a 1 down here. There's a 1 and a 2 down at the bottom of this column. That's the thing I should look at. I cannot put both 1 and 2 in the 18 cage, or I would need to have a 15 over here. So this digit's always one of the 1 or 2. This one's not 2. And so if I have a 1 or a 2 in the 18 cage, then it's either 1 with an 8, 9 or 2 with a 7, 9. So I can fill in that these are 1, 2, 7, 8, 9. And there's always a 9 in here. These are never 7. These are never 2. These are a 1, 2, 6, 8, 9 quintuple, is the point. And so because these are a 1, 2, 6, 8, 9 quintuple, there's no 6 here. So that's a 3, 4 pair, and that's a 6. None of these are 6, which makes this a 1, 8 pair, and that's a 9. This is a 6. This is not a 9. That's not a 9 either. This is an 8 and a 6. That's not a 6. That's an 8, 9 pair, which makes that a 6. Makes that not a 6. This isn't a 3 either because of the 3, 4 pair there. So yeah, I might get to color 8, 9s. You never know. These aren't 8 anymore. Okay, so now that I know that, what happens? This 18 cage definitely has a 9 in it, because if this 18 cage doesn't have a 9 in it, then what happens? Well, then I have a 1 or a 2, and I'd have, say, 2 plus 7 plus 8. That's not 18. But the 9 is here, which makes that an 8. So that's a 9. That's an 8. That's going to let me do lots of cleanup. So not 6 and not 9, not 8 and not 8. So apparently that is 8 and 7. It's not 7 anymore. That's not 8 anymore. That's not 8 anymore. So there's a 9 and 2 digits that add to 9, which are either... Oh, so this cage doesn't have an 8 in it, so it can't have a 1 in it either. Because I need a 9 in it and 2 digits that add to 9, and those digits can't be 1, 8 because there's no place for an 8 in this cage. So it is a 9 and a 2 and a 7. And I've got to pick up the 7 here, so I've got to pick up the 2 here, and that's the 9 and that's the 1. These aren't 9. That's a 3 and a 1. That 6, 8 pair has made that a 9. These 2 digits are a 5, which thanks to the invisible given goes there, and a 6, which goes there. That's a 7 and a 5. So that's a 3 and a 7. That digit I should probably know. It's a 1, which makes that, an 8 and a 1. These 2 digits need to sum to 6, so they'd better be 2, 4, since they can't be 1, 5 for multiple reasons. That sorts out that this is the 3 and the 4 over there. This is a 3. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 7. It's not a 3. They sum to 5, not 6. Excellent. Okay. So, these two digits, in fact, actually, 14 minus 9 is not 6. 14 minus 9 is 5. So these need to be 2, 3. Better. So 4 and 3. So this digit is a 4. This digit is a 7. These two digits are a 2 and a 2 and an 8. So we've got a Jovi wing on 2s, which places a 2 up here, because the 2s in these columns are here, so the 2 in column 9 has to go all the way at the tippy top up there. These three digits, I'm going to go ahead and fill in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 4, and 9. That one's not a 4. That one's not a 9. I'm being informed. These digits are a 3. Oh, well, apparently I know where the 3 goes. A 3 that goes down there, apparently, a 4 and a 9. So these two digits now are 2, 3, 4, 5, a 6 and a 9. So that's an 8 and a 6. That's a 9. This is a 5 because it's not a 6 or an 8. That's an 8. It's a 6. No one is going to be able to do Sudoku anymore. That is Sven's ultimate goal, I believe, by implementing the cheat feature. I realized I didn't ever have a betting tree. Okay, we can have a betting tree here. You can place a bet on what digit this is going to be. I feel you have a better than average chance in at this particular point in the puzzle in guessing what digit it is going to be. Let's see. There's going to be a 3 and a 4. That's a 3 and that's a 4. So that's a 2 and that's a 3. That's an 8 and a 2. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's an 8. That's a 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Congratulations, Carl. Carl gets the bet that it is a 7. Nice puzzle. I enjoyed that one quite a bit, and it was very smooth all the way through. And I enjoyed the theming of all of the cages. I guess that means we started... No, we didn't start today with the killer. We started today with Zack's puzzle. If you we're not here at the beginning, you should go back and at the very least look at the grid of the adorable Zack puzzle that was featured. And then, yeah, we did... let's see, I guess I could just show you, actually, if I reset this. There you go. There's the adorable Zack grid from earlier. That was our first puzzle of the day. And then we did this doubler killer puzzle. And then this doubler, no, not doubler. This is just a double arrow odd even puzzle. And then this, yeah, we've got through a lot of puzzles today, actually, for a short stream. Very nice. Well, it's been a fun day. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I'm going to go collapse on the couch after talking for basically 8 hours straight. So I talked about calculus, and then I talked about Sudoku, and now I am going to go not talk for a bit. But thank you, everyone, for hanging out. I will be streaming again on Friday with Tallcat. We're going to be doing the CTC pack, which has a bunch of CTC regular people doing puzzles for it, so we'll do that. So you can look forward to that. Tallcat's going to join a little after I start. So I'm going to start with a puzzle from the bucket, whatever one is most voted on. But if I think a puzzle is going to take forever, I might veto it on Friday and start with a different one and then promise to do the most voted on one later. So please, if you are one of the members who votes on what puzzle I'm going to do to start, please don't vote for Battleships 2 Electric Boogaloo as the puzzle for me to start with on Friday. Or if so, I will just wait until the next stream and then do Battleships 2 Electric Boogaloo at that point. Thank you very much to all the supporters. People support us in many ways, but it's great if you can subscribe if you're new. If you can like the stream, that is always great. If you want to go above and beyond that, you can click the join button down below. It will get you access to the fancy Zack emotes that you can see many people spamming in chat. It'll get you the green screen name, the little ever upgrading windmill next to your screen name. That shows you how long you've been supporting. All of that. Your name will be on the splash screen. At certain levels, you can vote on what puzzles I will do next, because I always do whatever the most voted on puzzle is at the start of every stream. I realize I just said I might veto it, but I usually don't veto it. People who have voting privileges will attest that I actually did do battleships when it came up. You can also, if you prefer for whatever reason, patreon.com/zetamath. That works equally well. You get everything I just said, including access to the exclusive Discord, except you can't get the green screen name or the emotes, sadly. Speaking of, if you're not on the Discord is free. You can go hop on the Puzzle Plaza Discord, where there are zetamath discussion rooms and rooms for other of your favorite streamers like Ranks and Bremster and others. So if you want to go hang out there, that is great too. I'll be back, as I said, with The Tallest Cat on Friday. So I look forward to seeing you all then. Have a great middle of your week. See you soon.